Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
One Piece, My Crew is from Otherworld, by FanficLord03. Ryunosuke accidentally traveled to the world of One Piece and was bound to the god-level pirate crew system. My crew? Yeah, it's a little special. First Division, Night Raid, from the Akame ga Kill. Second Division, the Akatsuki, led by Pain, from the Naruto world. Third Division, the Seven Deadly Sins. Adios.
It didn't take long for Ryunosuke to sort through the intelligence gathered on Doflamingo. It wasn't just about the Joker himself, it covered the entire Don Quixote family, from top officers to lesser members. As the Doans were passed around, Mind paused, frowning as she held up one profile in particular. It belonged to a little girl. "Captain, this girl named Sugar. She's a bit of a problem," Main said seriously. "Does her ability work on anyone? Or are there specific conditions?" She wasn't exaggerating. The information about Sugar was downright terrifying. Anyone she touched would have their very existence erased from memory, and then turned into a toy. This wasn't just some parlor trick or lethal attack. It was a power that could completely wipe someone from the world's awareness. "As long as she makes contact, the ability triggers," Ryunosuke replied calmly. "Once that happens, even I might forget about you." His tone sharpened. "So your top priority now is to be wary of that girl." He stood up. "Set a course, Dressrosa is our next stop." With all the information in his hands, Ryunosuke's dragon hunter pirates moved like a divine force had paved their path. Whatever schemes Doflamingo had cooked up, in Ryunosuke's eyes, it was nothing more than a child's game. Inside the royal palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo sat tensely as Ryunosuke's voice echoed from the Den Mushi. "Doflamingo," Ryunosuke drawled, "you were planning to sick Sugar on us, weren't you? After all, who could suspect such an adorable little girl?" A nerve twitched in Doflamingo's jaw. He didn't speak. Seated beside him were two familiar figures, the snot-nosed Trebowl, and the girl herself, Sugar, wielder of the Hobi no Mi. Everything Ryunosuke said was dead on. Doflamingo had even imagined turning Ryunosuke into a toy and offering him up to the world government in exchange for unimaginable power. But this call, it shattered that dream instantly. "The reason I'm calling isn't to hold a grudge," Ryunosuke continued, unfazed. "Honestly, I don't even dislike you. That's why I'm offering you a spot, under me." A pause. "Doflamingo, do you think just anyone's worthy of being the little brother of me, Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates?" Doflamingo's shades gleamed as his mind whirled. So what if he had once been a celestial dragon? Even after clawing his way back up, he was still shackled by the Five Elders, by Imu, the one who ruled it all from the shadows. But if he joined Ryunosuke, he would still be free. A pirate, not a puppet. And over the years, Doflamingo had grown quite fond of being free. Becoming Ryunosuke's underling might just be the smartest choice he could make. No shame in it. Pirates sought strength to survive, and this time, strength had come to him. "I understand," Doflamingo said at last, "Captain Ryunosuke. But I won't join alone. The Don Quixote family comes with me, all of them." His tone was resolute. These people weren't just pawns anymore. Somewhere along the line, loyalty had turned into something deeper. Though he'd never admit it out loud, Doflamingo cared for them. Ryunosuke smirked. "The entire Don Quixote family will fall under the Dragon Hunter flag. But listen carefully, don't expect me to babysit you. You'll be managing your own business. I won't interfere in your affairs." Trebowl blinked in surprise, but Doflamingo understood immediately. Ryunosuke was offering allegiance, not a leash. "I see," Doflamingo nodded. "Thank you, Captain Ryunosuke." "No need for thanks," Ryunosuke replied with a grin. "From now on, we're past all that." And with that, the line went dead. Still, Ryunosuke wasn't quite done. He needed to meet Doflamingo face to face. There were still a few questions left unasked. 3 days later, the Dragon Hunter pirates arrived in Dressrosa. Their flagship, the primary evil warship, was pulled into the port for maintenance. At the docks, the island's current top authority, Pika, was already waiting. "Captain, please, board my body," Pika said in his high-pitched, nasal voice. There was a brief silence. Then, the crew collectively nodded. Voices were strange, sure, but no one on the Dragon Hunter pirates was childish enough to mock it. "It's troublesome," Ryunosuke muttered with a grin. "Crollo, you're with me. The rest of you, feel free to explore. Oh, and this is my territory now," he added. "Don't go roughing up the locals." With that, he and Crollo stepped onto Pika's towering stone shoulder and vanished from sight. Pika's stone fruit made him ideal for rapid travel. Soon, they arrived just outside the royal palace. Waiting at the gate stood Doflamingo and Sugar. That's right. To prove his sincerity, Doflamingo had Sugar remain close, ensuring she didn't inadvertently erase anyone. No tricks, no accidents. It was a clear message. "I play by your rules now." "Captain," Doflamingo called out, raising a hand. But before he could say another word, Ryunosuke cut in. "Doflamingo, you know what this is, right? We're not here for niceties. If you don't want to join me, say so now. I'm not forcing anyone." He stepped forward, casually lowering himself into a chair nearby, completely relaxed. When Ryunosuke spoke, Doflamingo froze, staring at him in disbelief. He knew very well, he didn't have much of a choice. Right now, Doflamingo was cornered. Surrendering was the only viable path. And yet, in the depths of his calculating mind, he was still scheming. He thought he could use the Dragon Hunter pirates as a stepping stone. Raise the entire Don Quixote family to new heights. Then, when the time was right, betrayal. He had already planned how to do it. But while Ryunosuke couldn't read minds, the system could. And the system wasn't fooled. Right now, Doflamingo had not been acknowledged as an official crew member. There were only two reasons for the system's rejection. 1. Lack of strength. 2. Lack of loyalty. As a former Shichibukai, Doflamingo certainly had the power. That meant only one thing, his heart wasn't in it. "Captain, our captain is the greatest being," Crollo cut in coldly before Doflamingo could finish. "The pathetic little schemes you've got running through your head, they're already exposed. If you think you can play petty games in front of the Dragon Hunter pirates, I suggest you quit while you're ahead." The moment Crollo finished, a wave of crushing telekinetic force surged through the palace. It blanketed everything, walls, floors, the air itself, and the oppressive pressure almost drove Sugar and Trable to their knees. Even Doflamingo was struggling to stay upright, barely holding his ground under the suffocating weight. Crollo's psychic energy wasn't just power, it was soaked in the resentment of every soul he'd taken. The hatred, the bloodlust, the death. All of it wrapped around his mind like a hungry beast. Had Ryunosuke not warned Crollo beforehand to show restraint, Sugar would have collapsed then and there. "Captain Crollo, Captain. I understand." Doflamingo forced himself to speak, but the overwhelming presence felt like a predator, one that would strike the moment he showed weakness. And across from him, Ryunosuke simply sat, legs crossed, relaxed, watching it all with that same infuriating half-smile. He didn't lift a finger. He didn't need to. For the first time, Doflamingo felt truly seen through. Everything, the system's rejection, Crollo's threat, Ryunosuke's confidence, it all painted a single truth. Lying to the Dragon Hunter pirates was not an option. "I'll say this one last time," Ryunosuke said, voice calm but commanding. "I want you to be my little brother. But if you're not serious, you're free to walk away. I won't stop you." A wineglass materialized in his hand. Crollo stepped forward, wordless, and filled it with deep red wine from a bottle conjured from thin air. The aroma of it drifted through the room. Doflamingo's mouth felt dry. That wine felt more dangerous than any blade. "Yes, Captain." Doflamingo finally knelt on one knee. His signature grin was gone. There was no pride left, only the bitter taste of submission and failure. For once, he wasn't in control. In Ryunosuke's presence, he felt like a naked soul, stripped bare. "Get up," Ryunosuke said, standing and extending a hand. "I don't need your submission. What I need is your loyalty. You wield conqueror's haki. You've awakened the string fruit. You want to live like a king?" Ryunosuke's eyes glowed with quiet power. Then know this, I am your god. He pulled Doflamingo to his feet. Doflamingo was speechless. He had expected demands, orders, exploitation, but instead, he was offered respect, trust. It was the final blow to his psychological defenses. This man, he wasn't just strong, he was someone worth following. And then, ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited Doflamingo as a crew member. A smile crept onto Ryunosuke's lips. The system had acknowledged it. And that meant betrayal was no longer on the table. Now then, Ryunosuke said, setting the wine glass aside, I've got questions. Doflamingo, what do you know about the Void Century? The smile faded from Doflamingo's face. That question again. Back when he'd been captured and sent to Impel Down, the world government tried to have him silenced, permanently. Because he knew something, and the government feared it. The Void Century is not blank, Doflamingo said solemnly, it's erased. The world government, during that era, committed atrocities that crossed every line. All 38 nations that participated in the rebellion were annihilated. And anyone who knew the truth and wasn't part of the world government was silenced. That's the reason behind the so-called blank century. Ryunosuke's eyes narrowed. A buster call. No, Doflamingo said. Something far worse. Back then, the Navy as we know it didn't exist. But the world government had forces, possibly even stronger than today's Marines, willing to destroy anything that threatened their rule. Ryunosuke leaned back, unimpressed. Explosive stuff, but not enough. He'd seen how shameless the world government was, none of this surprised him. Still, the fact that Doflamingo knew it firsthand confirmed something important. This man wasn't just a broker, he was a key to unraveling the world's hidden truths. If that's all, we don't need to dig deeper, Ryunosuke said casually. Let's get to business. Are you still working with the world government? Where are your arms deals coming from? Do we have a shot at seizing them? Doflamingo glanced at Treybowl. Go. Bring it. Treybowl, still shaking from earlier, scooped up sugar in one arm and rushed out of the room. The pressure Crollo had released had left him on the verge of collapse. Minutes later, he returned with a thick stack of account books and doans. Boss Ryunosuke, he said breathlessly. These are our arms trade records and letters exchanged with certain parties. These locations, most of them are rich in minerals, but the local governments were too weak. They were forced into smelting weapons and ammunition for survival. Ryunosuke began flipping through the records. His eyes glinted with interest. 17 countries. All of them involved in arms trafficking, resource exploitation, or devil fruit distribution. And one of them, Wano country, Kaido's territory. Kaido wasn't after money. He was trading for artificial zone-type devil fruits. As for the others, they paid in berries or precious resources in exchange for firepower. There was no denying it. This industry was a goldmine. And with Doflamingo on board, the Dragon Hunter pirates had gained a true asset. Doflamingo wasn't just a black market dealer between pirates. Even the world government relied on him as a middleman to facilitate covert transactions. Had Luffy not intervened in Dressrosa, Doflamingo might have remained comfortably seated atop this empire. But now, it all belonged to Ryunosuke, which meant it was time to maximize its profits. Doflamingo, Ryunosuke said as he reviewed the records, I want all trade with Kaido and Big Mom reset to market prices. These discounts you've been giving, massive losses. If they don't like it, cut them off. Doflamingo's brow furrowed. But, boss, we're talking about Emperor-class pirate crews here. The Dragon Hunter pirates were powerful, sure, but the foundation of the Yonko had been forged through blood and time. Kaido and Big Mom weren't the type to take price hikes lightly. What if they retaliated? What if the Navy and world government piled on too? It could lead to a three-way siege that would wipe them off the sea. Relax, Ryunosuke said calmly. You're one of us now. And nobody gains anything by picking a fight with us. This isn't about exploitation. We're just setting fair terms. If they don't like it, let the deals end. Then his gaze sharpened. Besides, you've already stationed people in those mineral-rich countries, haven't you? Doflamingo flinched. Even among his inner circle, barely anyone knew about that. How did Ryunosuke know? As expected of the boss. Some deployments have been made, Doflamingo admitted. But we can't act too openly yet. I'm not strong enough to forcefully control those zones, and if anyone catches wind of our activities, it'll draw attention. We could be swarmed from all sides. Then we'll handle it smartly. I'll assign you a strike team, Ryunosuke said, standing. Let Urzi coordinate with you. Oh, and for now, the Don Quixote family will serve as a support unit under the Dragon Hunter pirates. You want to become a formal squad? Show me you're worth it? Doflamingo was stunned. With his power, his territory, and his network, a support unit? But when he remembered that even Enel was currently working as a logistics specialist, the sting lessened. Understood, boss, Doflamingo said, nodding. Afterward, he began detailing all the Don Quixote family's existing deployments, covert and otherwise. But he had one lingering question. Boss, if you plan to recruit me, why did you kill Virgo? He was embedded in the Navy, he could have been valuable. Ryunosuke's smile was casual, but his words weren't. Virgo wasn't just your officer anymore. He'd started collaborating with CP agents. Planning something in the shadows. I don't keep double dealers in my crew. Truthfully, Ryunosuke had no solid proof. It was just a hunch. But he said it confidently, to give Doflamingo a reason. What? Doflamingo's eyes widened. Virgo had been with him for years. He knew everything, too much. If he'd really turned, that kind of betrayal would have torn the Don Quixote family apart from the inside. Forget it for now, Ryunosuke said, waving a hand. Crollo, assist Doflamingo. Root out anyone in his crew with even a trace of disloyalty. If they have bad intentions, cut them down. Crollo gave a quiet nod, then vanished from the room. Doflamingo didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned all remaining cadres and soldiers. He knew, if a single traitor remained, it would be a dagger pointed at both him and Ryunosuke. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke made his way to a balcony platform. He looked out over Dressrosa. This place, he murmured, not bad at all. The city was lively, prosperous. Compared to the days of King Riku's reign, Dressrosa was far richer now. Even if that wealth came through coercion and bloodshed. In this world, results were what mattered. Morality, he wasn't playing hero. He wasn't Monkey D. Luffy, pretending to be a pirate while doing the world government's job. But this prosperity came with hidden dangers. If left unchecked, it would eventually bite back. So, what now? Should he wipe out the people involved? Turn every dissenter into a toy, like Doflamingo once did? He thought about it. If Doflamingo knew what Ryunosuke was contemplating, he'd probably panic. Doflamingo had once considered doing the exact same thing, but it was ultimately unfeasible. There wouldn't be enough people left to run the country. But Ryunosuke, he wasn't worried about that. There were plenty of desperate people in the world. If he opened Dressrosa's gates and offered protection, they would come flooding in. Besides, the Colosseum was still operational. A country with such a culture wasn't innocent to begin with. Then came a voice through the Den Mushi. Captain, Najinda reported. After investigating, we've confirmed the presence of multiple undercover government agents. They've kept a low profile, but Akame and Tatsumi have picked up several leads. Should we eliminate them? Ryunosuke leaned against the balcony railing, his expression amused. Not yet. Continue the operation. Identify all of them. And make sure the team doesn't burn out. Got it, Captain, she replied before cutting communications. 3 days passed in a flash. Doflamingo now stood before Ryunosuke, his face dark and unreadable. Initially, he had assumed the infiltration within his organization was minimal. At worst, a few outer members, not anyone who mattered. But reality hit harder than expected. 3 cadre-level officers were discovered to be spies. And that wasn't all. Ryunosuke's investigation revealed over 30 individuals with ties to the world government or rival pirate factions. Most of them had completely escaped Doflamingo's notice. To him, it wasn't just a failure, it was a disgrace. An insult. Now, that's the situation, Ryunosuke said calmly, reclining in his seat. Doflamingo, let's talk about the current governing structure of Dressrosa. Your system seems to be working fine, citizen satisfaction isn't low either. But have you ever considered the hidden risks? He gave a faint smile. What happens if something happens to Sugar, In a single moment, your entire foundation would collapse. Doflamingo lowered his head slightly. Of course he'd thought about it. But the truth was, he had always planned to use time to gradually assimilate the people, win their trust, replace opposition with loyalty. A slow, tedious, but relatively safe path. Boss, Doflamingo started, but then paused. He realized something. If Ryunosuke brought this up, he must already have a plan. Doflamingo didn't need to overthink it. What are your instructions, boss? Ryunosuke's voice was clear. Bring me the special toys. I'll speak to them myself. Doflamingo blinked. Even for someone like Ryunosuke to handle this personally. But then again, if he didn't do it himself, it wouldn't be secure. Understood. Doflamingo nodded and pulled out a large roster compiled by Sugar. Only she could remember the true identities of the transformed individuals. From the list, a group of former elites were selected. These weren't ordinary people. They held power, influence, and public voice in Dressrosa before their transformation. Convincing them would be difficult, but once they were on board, the rest would follow like dominoes. Soon, 6 toys were brought into the chamber. It was the first time they'd seen daylight since being turned. Boss Ryunosuke, Doflamingo said, "These are the individuals I've chosen. This is Kachi, the former owner of Dressrosa's largest hotel. His wife is now running it. There are also others with ties to influential families, including this one, Zanato." Ryunosuke flipped through the intelligence in his hands, then pointed. Sugar. Restore Zanato's form. Sugar nodded silently and stepped forward, placing her hand on Zanato's plush body. In the next moment, he transformed, back into a middle-aged man. Eyes wide, breath short. And then, Doflamingo, you. Buzz. Before Zanato could even finish his sentence, a massive translucent fish appeared, wrapping tightly around him. Its gaping jaws opened threateningly above his head. You should probably be quiet, Crollo said cheerfully, unless you want to stay quiet forever. The chilling aura of death settled over Zanato. One wrong word, and he'd be gone. Ryunosuke's voice cut through the silence. Zanato. I am Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates, and Doflamingo's superior. You have one choice. Just one. Do you want your life back? Or do you want to remain a toy forever? Zanato stared at him defiantly. I will never bow to you. You're just pirates. This is Dressrosa, the Allied Kingdom, my home. How could I hand it over to pirates? He was shaking, but the flame of King Riku's ideals still burned in his heart. He had once been captain of the 3rd unit in the Royal Army, among the strongest in the nation. If Ryunosuke thought he'd fold easily, he was wrong. Pirates, huh? Ryunosuke said, smiling lightly. Yes, we are. But maybe you should ask your wife, your children. Do they want to go back to those days, living in fear, starving, powerless as your country bowed to other kingdoms? Ryunosuke leaned forward, tone calm, deadly calm. In the old Dressrosa, how often did you lie awake wondering if war would break out again? How many times did you ask yourself, will my family survive tomorrow? You may not like it, but this country now has peace, wealth, stability. And we brought it here. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to, because for a man like Ryunosuke, anger wasn't necessary. He looked at Zanato the way a man looks at an insect. Not with hatred, not with contempt, just the casual willingness to crush. You, Zanato muttered. Memories surged. Of starving civilians. Heavy tribute to the world government. Friends lost in senseless wars. Even he, a respected officer, could barely guarantee his family's safety. Compared to now, the people were happier. And even if it was built on a darker foundation, was it not better than the misery before? Zanato fell silent. So, Ryunosuke said, what's your answer? If you submit, I'll restore your name, your life, your family. If you refuse, you'll stay a toy. I won't hurt your family, but you'll never see them again. One choice. No second chances. At that moment, Ryunosuke's aura exploded, like an invisible storm crushing the air. Zanato's will cracked under the pressure. I do, he whispered. Then dropped to his knees. The shame burned, but it was also relief. Humans were like that. Seeking survival over pride. Given the choice, he chose to live. And Ryunosuke had never forced him. "You made the right decision," Ryunosuke said, waving a hand. From the rear, a door opened. 2 children and a woman rushed forward, tears streaming down their faces. "Papa!" They tackled Zanato in an instant, sobbing into his chest. He froze. Then cried too. Tears of joy, of release, of overwhelming relief. From the depths of despair, Ryunosuke had offered him hope. A second chance. A new life. And Zenitto knew, he would never forget this man's name. Ryunosuke. Next one, Sugar. Ryunosuke's voice was calm and steady, cutting through the tension like a blade. At his command, Sugar stepped forward once more and activated her power. The next toy reverted to their human form, Kaki, the former hotel magnate of Dressrosa. Before Ryunosuke could even speak, Kaki had already knelt. "I'm in." As a businessman, Kaki understood the tides. Dressrosa had become richer, safer, more powerful. For someone like him, it was the perfect era. He didn't care who sat on the throne, as long as the gold kept flowing. There was no hesitation in his choice, and just like that, the rest began to fall. That was the nature of humans. Even those who'd clung to the hope of their loved ones' return from toyhood now found themselves wavering. The tide had shifted. And when the first few chose to bend the knee, the rest followed. As for the stubborn ones, Ryunosuke had no sympathy. In a world ruled by the law of the jungle, idealism was a luxury. Those who refused reality would simply be erased. 3 days later. "Boss, everyone on the list has been assimilated," Doflamingo reported. "Now, all that remains is King Riku's bloodline." He handed Ryunosuke a separate list. "Their whereabouts are confirmed." Ryunosuke took the list and scanned it casually. He wasn't surprised. In the end, it was always the same: human nature was fragile. In this sea, power determined fate. Those who refused protection would only welcome death. Soon after, 4 new individuals were brought before him. A toy soldier. An old man. 2 women. They were quiet, but their eyes spoke volumes. The toy soldier's button eyes flickered with recognition. The old man stood proud, King Riku. The women, Rebecca and Violet, exchanged glances, trying to piece together what was going on. But what truly stunned them was the sight of Doflamingo, respectfully standing off to the side. And seated on the main throne was not a celestial dragon, nor a warlord, but a young man with an unreadable expression, Ryunosuke. Who was this man, to make even Doflamingo stand like a subordinate? "Remove the toy form," Ryunosuke said with a casual smile. Sugar nodded, and a moment later, the toy soldier transformed back into Cyrus. The reunion was instant. Rebecca gasped, her eyes filled with tears. The toy soldier who had always watched over her was her father. She lunged forward, tears spilling freely. "Father." But before they could embrace, Doflamingo, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Cyrus roared, drawing his sword without hesitation. Ryunosuke didn't even flinch. "Enough crying, there's no time for sentiment." He leaned forward slightly, eyes locked on Cyrus and the others. "I'll make it simple. You have 2 choices. Become retainers of the Don Quixote family once more, and help manage Dressrosa. Or choose death." Silence. A heavy one. Retainers. The word struck a nerve. It hadn't been spoken in generations. King Riku's eyes widened in disbelief. Once upon a time, his family had been vassals of the Don Quixote lineage. Dressrosa itself originally belonged to the Don Quixotes. When they ascended to celestial dragon status, they abandoned the kingdom, and the Riku family was appointed as stewards in their place. But generations passed, and that legacy was forgotten. "We may have been retainers long ago," King Riku said slowly, "but now, this kingdom is ours." Ryunosuke didn't respond, but before anyone else could speak, Najenda stepped forward. "A thief of a kingdom dares to act so self-righteous?" She scoffed. "Have you forgotten what Dressrosa became under your rule?" King Riku opened his mouth, but she didn't let him speak. "You talk about righteousness, but do you even understand what your gentle rule cost this nation?" Rebecca stepped forward, fists clenched. "We don't need oppression, we need a kind king." Najenda laughed coldly, still such a naive little girl. "Kindness is not a shield, it's a bait. In this world, Kind kingdoms are nothing but fat sheep waiting to be devoured. Did you ever count how many people died in your wars, King Riku? How many were taken by pirates, sold into slavery? These were the consequences of your gentle leadership. She tossed a thick journal onto the floor with a thud. This is the official record. Read it. King Riku picked it up, hands trembling. The numbers didn't lie. Invasion, famine, raids. Each page etched a tragedy. Tears welled up in his eyes. Because it was true. All of it. He'd ruled with mercy, but in the end, that mercy had cost his people everything. Father, don't listen to them, Rebecca cried out. But Crollo interrupted. You're weak, he said flatly. If our captain weren't merciful, you'd already be dead. And frankly, that would have been the more efficient outcome. Cyrus tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. What argument could he make? Dressrosa was stronger now. Safer. Richer. The people were content, even happy. They were not the ones suffering. His pride, his ideals. Were they worth more than the lives of thousands? No, not anymore. What right did they have to strip these people of their newfound peace? Wasn't it their job, as leaders, to give the people happiness? To protect them? And yet, it wasn't them who did that. It was Ryunosuke. Cyrus felt something inside him crack. The beliefs he had clung to for so long crumbled. And in that quiet, soul-breaking moment, his faith collapsed. Under the sweeping changes brought by Ryunosuke, even the once stubborn royal lineage of King Riku had surrendered. With the Riku clan yielding, the rest became simple. Their endorsement hastened the fall of the last pockets of resistance. The rebels either bent the knee, or disappeared from Dressrosa's future entirely. The kingdom was now united. What came next was structure. Dressrosa was split into two clear factions. 1. The underground division. Those who once lived in the shadows now operated openly, handling everything from trade to smuggling. They volunteered, of course. Wealth had a way of motivating people. The other, the surface citizens, who continued their lives in peace, untouched by the dealings beneath the ground. For them, Dressrosa had never been better. Captain, did you foresee all of this when you came to this island? Najenda asked, standing beside Ryunosuke with a clipboard of data in hand. Everyone now knows Dressrosa belongs to the Dragon Hunter pirates. But not one voice has risen in protest. She glanced at him with admiration and disbelief. To change the heart of an entire country in less than a month, Captain, your methods are terrifying. She wasn't exaggerating. Najenda had been tracking his every move, every decision. And yet, Ryunosuke's thinking always remained just beyond her grasp. In just half a month, he'd eliminated every hidden danger in Dressrosa. And now, even the most difficult faction, the Riku royal bloodline, had become vassals of the Don Quixote family once more. The kingdom was now managed in perfect balance, old nobility, new blood, and the Dragon Hunter pirates at the helm. To Najenda, it felt like watching a myth unfold. It's almost done, Ryunosuke said with a faint smile. Leave a squad here to maintain order. We move at dawn. The Valley of the Gods still awaits us. Understood, she saluted, then quickly turned to make the preparations. After she left, Doflamingo approached. So, you're really leaving, boss? He had known Ryunosuke wouldn't stay long, but he also knew, once the Dragon Hunter pirates left, the changes they made would ripple across the sea. Dressrosa would draw attention, and when the predators came, Doflamingo would be the one holding the line. We're done here, Ryunosuke said calmly, but I'm leaving you with something. He handed Doflamingo 2 sealed notes. One for Kaido, one for Charlotte Linlin. If either of them dares move against us. His eyes narrowed, and a sharp grin crept onto his face. Then I'll pay them a personal visit. Wano. Whole Cake Island. I don't care where. Doflamingo opened the notes, eyes scanning the contents. His hands trembled, not with fear, but exhilaration. For years, he had been silently enduring Kaido and Big Mom's pressure. Acting as a broker, a servant, a pawn. But now, Ryunosuke had handed him something else. Power. I understand, boss, Ryunosuke nodded. Master your conqueror's haki, he said. That's your ticket to standing among the true kings. He paused. Oh, and Doflamingo. I've always wondered something. What do your eyes look like? The words caught Doflamingo off guard. My eyes? He hadn't expected that. Still, without argument, he reached up and removed his iconic shades. For the first time, Ryunosuke saw them. PFF'd, ha 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 ha. He burst out laughing. You look like a completely different person. Without his shades, Doflamingo's face lost all its menace. The cold, calculating warlord had been replaced with a boyish, oddly innocent expression. No wonder he never let those glasses fall in battle. Put them back on. Ryunosuke waved his hand, still chuckling. Doflamingo silently replaced the shades and left to oversee his new duties. The world was shifting fast, and Dressrosa needed a firm hand. Meanwhile, the dragon hunter pirates began preparing for departure. But far away, across the turbulent sea of the New World, chaos brewed. What's that? A lookout screamed from atop a battered ship. A colossal pirate ship had appeared on the horizon, casting a shadow large enough to darken the waves. Are they coming for us? No, it can't be. The crew scrambled to spot the flag, but the ship's sheer presence made it clear. This was not an opponent. This was death. It's Kaido. Kaido the beast. Abandon the ship. Crewmen threw themselves into the sea. Some fled on lifeboats. Others simply jumped overboard, praying to the sea gods for mercy. None dared face what was coming. In front of Emperor-class pirates, ordinary crews were as helpless as ants. Sir, Jack spoke, standing beside the looming figure of Kaido. All the pirates ahead have fled. Shall we pursue? Kaido grunted. No, they're not our prey. He looked ahead, eyes sharp and burning. The dragon hunter pirates, they were his real target. The world couldn't stop talking about them. Warriors of impossible strength, unknown origins, dangerous potential. And perhaps most importantly, Charlotte Linlin had requested something of him. They shared a history. She had once helped him when he was nothing. He owed her that much. She believed Ryunosuke posed a threat to the Big Mom pirates. And Kaido, though not one to involve himself in others' drama, understood the importance of strategic alliances. So he would meet Ryunosuke personally, decide for himself. At that moment, in Dressrosa, another figure had arrived. A tall, imposing man stepped into the palace courtyard, guided by members of the Don Quixote family. He wore a long scarf, his mouth hidden, and his piercing eyes radiated strength. Charlotte Katakuri, sent from Whole Cake Island to meet Ryunosuke. He was led to a quiet courtyard, and there, sitting casually in the center, waiting, was Ryunosuke. Katakuri's eyes narrowed. He was alone. No guards. No backup. He wasn't even using observation haki. Was he insane? If Katakuri attacked now, there was at least a 50% chance he could land a fatal blow. Or so Katakuri thought. A voice broke the silence. You're here. Come. Ryunosuke didn't even look up. He just knew. Though Katakuri was a warrior, he hadn't come to Dressrosa to fight. This time, his mission wasn't assassination, it was diplomacy. He approached calmly, handing over a sealed dossier. Captain Ryunosuke, this is intel on the organization we've been tracking, Katakuri said in his usual low tone. They're connected to the world government. That's why Mama made a deal with them. She wanted the complete gene set from the jontification experiments. That's how the arrangement started. As for Pekom's fur being stolen, that happened during the transaction. We received medicine as compensation. Ryunosuke opened the folder and began flipping through the contents. Katakuri didn't ramble. No posturing, no meaningless fluff, just facts. Ryunosuke liked that. Efficient. Direct. No organization? Ryunosuke muttered, scanning the papers. Never heard of them. Yet, they'd negotiated with an Emperor-class pirate crew. That alone made them dangerous. Either they were a rogue scientific cell, perhaps former Vegapunk staff, or they were operating under the world government's shadow. They're a genetic research organization, Katakuri explained. According to whispers, they were the ones who helped Vegapunk discover the bloodline factor in the first place. As for who backs them, he paused. Possibly celestial dragons, but no confirmation. Ryunosuke's brow twitched slightly. Even unconfirmed rumors gave him a direction to investigate. And in the New World, that was often all you needed to find the truth. White Ball Island, he said, closing the folder with a smirk. According to the data, The Na organization's suspected base was located there. Fate truly had a twisted sense of humor. White Ball Island, famous for its white cloud formations, was already set as their next stop. Najenda had confirmed the route earlier. "I see," Ryunosuke said. "Katakuri, before anything else, apologize to my crew." He stood, and then, "I want you to understand something. Fight me, and you die." Without warning, a crushing aura erupted from Ryunosuke's body. The entire courtyard trembled under its pressure. Katakuri instinctively activated his armament haki, his eyes narrowing. He peered into the future, and what he saw made sweat bead down his neck. Yes, if he raised a hand, he would die. "You'd kill me," Katakuri muttered grimly. And yet, he withdrew his weapon, because he wasn't here to fight. Because even he could see that Ryunosuke wasn't bluffing. And because deep down, he was afraid. "Good," Ryunosuke nodded. "You've delivered what I asked. Now go. The dragon hunter pirates still have work to do." He sat back down, sipping his tea as if nothing had happened. But the weight of that moment lingered. "One more thing, Captain Ryunosuke," Katakuri said, bowing slightly. "Our crew member, Baron Tamago, was captured by your men. I brought ransom." He presented a small case, 1 unknown devil fruit, and 1 billion berries. Ryunosuke didn't even look up. "Go find Crollo, 2nd Division Captain. The Baron is in his hands. If the deal interests him, he'll make the trade." Katakuri nodded and turned to leave. A short while later, under Ryunosuke's blessing, the exchange was made. Baron Tamago was released. The two departed quickly. But even aboard his own ship, Katakuri hadn't relaxed. He stood at the bow, gripping his trident tightly. His hands were still trembling. "Lord Katakuri?" Baron Tamago asked, confused. Katakuri didn't respond right away. Finally, his voice came low and steady. "How much do you know about the dragon hunter pirates?" Baron Tamago hesitated. "Not much. That Crollo guy came alone and just took me. Perispero tried to intervene, couldn't stop him. I didn't even stand a chance." Katakuri nodded slowly. "I see. Then listen closely. We must not, make an enemy of them. Tell Mama what happened. Everything. I'm entrusting this task to you, Tamago." His gaze turned back toward the fading horizon, toward Dressrosa. Where he had stood, next to something inhuman, Ryunosuke wasn't just powerful. He was something else. A monster hiding in plain sight. A devil among men. A presence even Charlotte Linlin herself might hesitate to face. "I need to grow stronger," Katakuri thought. Much stronger. Because compared to that man, he was still far too weak. Back on Dressrosa, the sun was rising, and Ryunosuke? He had just gained a new territory, a powerful one. Dressrosa, under Doflamingo's hands, was already a commercial and strategic hub. With it under the Dragon Hunter flag, his influence was expanding rapidly. The system chimed. "Ding! You have gained a new territory, Dressrosa. 50,000 reputation points earned. Recruitment unlocked. Designated crew member available." Ryunosuke smiled. A designated recruitment, that was rare. And more importantly, the reputation gain would be ongoing. As long as Dressrosa remained under his control, it would provide a steady stream of reputation points. Territories weren't just about power. They were investments. Over the past 10 days, they gained more than most pirate crews would in a year. And now, it was time to move again. At dawn, the Dragon Hunter pirates departed. Leaving behind a unified Dressrosa, and shaking the foundations of the new world. Because Doflamingo was more than just a fallen warlord. He was a keystone. And with him now under Ryunosuke's banner, the balance of the sea had begun to shift. Not just the Yonko. Not just pirate crews. Even the world government felt the tremor. The next day at noon, a newsbird landed gracefully on the deck of the Dragon Hunter pirates' flagship, the Leviathan warship. TL. "I changed the name of his ship to look cool, Captain. The new bounty posters have arrived," Najenda reported, approaching Ryunosuke with a stack of doughnuts in hand. She handed the top one to him. It featured Ryunosuke standing proudly at the bow during the Battle of Marineford. Arms crossed. A storm behind him. His gaze sharp and unshaken. Whoever had taken the shot clearly had the eye of a level 10 photographer. The image radiated authority, command, and dominance. 2 billion, huh? Ryunosuke chuckled. The world government's got a flair for numbers. He smirked. At this rate, I wonder if any bounty hunters are foolish enough to come after me. Then he saw the line beneath his bounty, the 5th Emperor of the Sea. 5th Emperor, he muttered. Not bad, can't say I disagree. Considering his feats, from the chaos at Marineford to the conquest of Dressrosa, few could argue with the title. His reputation and strength now stood on equal footing with the Yonko. The others had new bounties as well. Nadezhda, 890 million berries. Kororo, 1.1 billion Yahiko, 970 million Enel, 900 million. Their power was no longer a secret. With this official recognition from the world government, Ryunosuke's reputation value surged once again, and the climb would only continue. These posters weren't just bounties, they were advertisements. Every paper, every reprint, spread the legend of the dragon hunter pirates further across the sea. Captain, Nadezhda continued, we're 2 days out from White Ball Island. Oh, and the ancient eternal pose you gave me, it's reacting. She pulled out a weathered compass-like device and placed it on the table. The eternal pose was visibly shaking, its needle jerking erratically. Underworld, Ryunosuke murmured. So even Pluton is in the new world. Once we're done with White Ball Island, we head for the underworld. He paused, then asked, any progress in training the crew? There is progress, but it's slowed. Nagenda's tone dipped. They're improving physically, but everyone's hit a bottleneck. It's no longer as explosive as before. Ryunosuke nodded thoughtfully. Too much growth too fast. They need real combat to consolidate their strength. He tapped the hilt of his sword. Only battle can push them further. The next day at noon. Perururu, click. This is Nagenda, 1st Division Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Gunado, respond. Gunado? Gunado, are you there? Click. The Den Den Mushi drooped its head in silence, going still. Nagenda's expression changed instantly. Without a word, she turned and rushed to the upper deck. On the training platform, Ryunosuke was sparring with Kuina and Akame. It was a 3-way sword duel, wooden swords clashing with the harsh ring of armament hockey. No words. Just precision, rhythm, and control. Nagenda didn't interrupt. She stood silently, watching. Eventually, Ryunosuke disarmed both of them with swift, elegant strikes. He turned toward her, still holding his sword lazily over his shoulder. Nagenda. Something wrong? Her silence spoke volumes. She had stood there long enough not to be respectful, but out of caution. Something was off. Captain, she began slowly. Gunado's squad is in trouble. She recounted the failed call, the silence, the disconnection. Ryunosuke's expression darkened immediately. Even Kuina and Akame stiffened. They had never seen their captain look like this. He wasn't angry often, and when he was, it was never for himself. Do you know what you did wrong, Nagenda? Ryunosuke asked, voice low. Nagenda froze. Then her eyes widened. She dropped to one knee without hesitation. I should have reported it immediately. Ryunosuke's tone remained cold. Exactly. Next time, no matter what I'm doing, even if I'm sleeping, you bring this to me right away. Now, reverse course. Full speed to the G5 branch. Nagenda bowed deeply and ran to relay the command. Ryunosuke took out his personal Den Den Mushi, Morgan's. Tell me what's happening at G5. The News King's voice came through immediately. I was about to call you, Captain Ryunosuke. G5 was attacked, completely. No survivors. I've already sent the profiles of the attackers via Newsbird. I'm also investigating their background and affiliations. I'll update you as soon as I get more. Thanks, Morgans. You've done me a favor. You ever need something, just say the word. The Dragon Hunter Pirates owe you one. He ended the call, then slowly clenched his fist. His entire aura shifted. This wasn't like the skirmishes at Marineford. This wasn't one of his crew falling in battle. This was a massacre. A direct challenge. Gunado, the captain of the logistics and support squad, wasn't on the front lines, but he was family. And someone had wiped his entire unit from the map. This wasn't random. Someone was sending a message. And Ryunosuke had received it. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. Unlikely. If they wanted war, they would come face to face. This was surgical. Precise. Whoever it was, he would find them. And they would pay. The Leviathan warship surged through the sea at full speed. Faster than any marine ship. What should have been a 5-day journey took less than 4. And when they arrived, the G5 branch was no longer a fortress. It was ruins. Flames still flickered from charred buildings. Bodies littered the broken courtyards. The scent of death clung to the wind. Ryunosuke stood at the bow, silent. The breeze whipped his coat behind him. His crew stood at attention, watching him, waiting. But he said nothing. His eyes burned. Murderous intent rolled off him like crashing waves. The ruins of G5 were still smoldering with embers when Ryunosuke and his crew arrived. But amidst the destruction, 7 figures sat atop the rubble like vultures on a corpse. At the leader's feet lay Gunado, lifeless, the proud captain of the logistics division, reduced to a discarded body. The dragon hunter pirates, ha ha ha, I knew you'd come, the leader sneered. He kicked Gunado's corpse aside like trash and stepped forward arrogantly. Allow me to introduce myself. We are the Dual Organization, operating directly under the world government. The order has been given. The dragon hunter pirates are to be erased. And instead of hunting you down, I decided to wait here. He smirked. And you fools really showed up, how convenient. Ryunosuke didn't flinch. Duel, huh, he said calmly. That saves me the trouble of finding you myself. He took out a Den Den Mushi from his coat and dialed. Morgans. The voice of the News King came crackling through the line. I've confirmed the affiliation of the attackers, Ryunosuke said coldly. They're from Duel. Pass this on. And one more thing. Ryunosuke's voice turned sharp. 3 months from now, the dragon hunter pirates will march on Mariajoy. Let the entire world know. I, Ryunosuke, the 5th Emperor of the Sea, am declaring war. Publish it. Imperial Pursuit Order. Morgans nearly choked on his cigar. He had been gathering intel on the Duel Organization, and yet Ryunosuke already had their names, faces, and corpses at his feet. How did he find them so fast? There had been no newsbirds. No leaks. Had they outed themselves? Before Morgans could respond, the ground shook. Boom. One of the Duel agents, a hulking brute, suddenly lunged forward with a thunderous punch. But he was stopped midair by Uvajin. Hey, can't you see our captain's on the phone? Uvajin grinned savagely. No sneak attacks allowed. Besides, I love throwing guys like you around. With a flex of his hand, Uvajin crushed the brute's fist, despite his opponent's full armament hockey defense. Crack. The man didn't scream, he launched a flying kick instead. Uvajin met it head on, blocking it with his forearm. Oh, not bad, he grinned. With his aura intensifying, Uvajin's enhancement-type hockey roared to life. The ground beneath him cracked. With a bellow, he grabbed the man by the waist and launched him into the distance like a cannonball. Boom. A perfect arc. Uvajin cracked his neck and laughed. Now that's what I call fun. Nearby, Ryunosuke continued calmly discussing bounty logistics with Morgans. The chaos around him was irrelevant. Is that the strongest fighter in your crew? One of the Duel agents scoffed. TCH. I thought you'd be tougher. The lead agent raised a hand. Kill them all. Let the world see what happens when you defy the world government. The remaining 5 Duel elites rushed in. Their hockey was impressive, comparable to vice admirals of Marine HQ. Strong? Perhaps. But against the dragon hunter pirates? They were nothing more than warm-up drills. Try not to kill them too fast, Maki said as strings floated around her fingers. I want to study their bodies later. Too late. Mine grinned, her romantic turret already deployed. Energy gathered at the barrel as she entered sniper mode. I'll try not to leave holes, but no promises. Such a pain, Escanor muttered, adjusting his glasses. I was just cleaning these. Behind Najenda, a crimson Susano materialized, its skeletal frame glowing with wrath. Hold position, she ordered. Captain hasn't given us kill clearance. Disable them. Don't obliterate. Krollo summoned his bandit's secret book, flipping through the abilities as phantom fish began swimming around him. their scales shimmering with ominous intent. The moment the dual agents entered the kill zone, the dragon hunter pirates' full pressure descended like a tidal wave. The dual agents stopped mid-charge. Their instincts screamed at them. Retreat. Now. Too late. Boom. The same brute who'd fought Uvijin was launched backward, slammed into the ground in front of the team. Uvijin? Maki raised a brow. Wow, you got tossed around by that guy? Embarrassing? Ha ha ha. Uvijin laughed as he climbed out of the crater. He transformed. Some kind of bioweapon thing. But he forgot. Monsters like that exist because of us. He grinned, bloodied but thrilled. His aura exploded again, shaking the earth beneath his feet. This is getting good. No one moved to help him. They knew Uvijin's fighting spirit too well. If he was still grinning, it meant he'd found prey worthy of a real fight. The others, unbothered. They trusted Uvijin to report if something was truly dangerous. Otherwise, he was just enjoying himself. Pretending to be weak. Not their style. Wrap this up quickly, Crollo muttered. We've got a schedule. At that moment, Ryunosuke finally ended his call with Morgans and stepped forward. You can now transform. His presence alone silenced the battlefield. The lead dual agent locked eyes with him, now visibly tense. This wasn't a man, it was something beyond human. And Uvijin? That brute was just a grunt, if he was that strong. Then what was Ryunosuke? Ha ha ha. I see now. I misjudged you, the agent forced a smile. The others we killed, they said they were dragon hunter pirates. I assumed you were weak. But now I know. My name is, didn't you hear me? Ryunosuke interrupted. I said you can transform, not introduce yourself. Boom. Without warning, Ryunosuke appeared in front of him. His palm slammed against the man's face. And in the next instant, his head exploded into a red mist. In an instant, he was dead. Their captain. Gone. Even with all 5 of them combined, they wouldn't have been able to take him down, and yet, Ryunosuke did it with barely a movement. Just 1 breath's worth of time. Maybe even less. The captain of the duel unit, the man they looked up to as invincible, was crushed like a bug. Quick! Release your forms, scatter, get away from him. The remaining 5 agents began chanting frantically. As they activated their power, pitch-black magic patterns crawled across their bodies like living tattoos. Each person's markings were different, some elaborate, some crude, but they shared the same result. Their physical strength increased drastically. Ryunosuke narrowed his eyes. Interesting, he muttered. A change in their devil fruit abilities? He could sense it, the signature fluctuations of devil fruit energy. But this wasn't natural. It felt corrupted. Ever since recruiting Escanor, Ryunosuke had gained awareness of magic energy. And what he sensed now didn't match any known paramecia, logia, or zone. Are these all devil fruit users? No, it's something else. How did they all gain such synchronized abilities? Something wasn't right. Then, bang! The corpse of the man he had just killed moved. He lunged forward and landed a heavy punch on Ryunosuke's side. Ryunosuke didn't even flinch. The man's head had fully regenerated, as if it had never exploded. And even more shockingly, the regeneration was faster than life return techniques. But Ryunosuke remained unmoved. He simply glanced down. You're still alive, he said flatly. The attacker's expression changed from triumphant to terrified. I hit you with everything I had, the waist, your core, you should be. You aimed for my kidneys? Tisk, that's low, Ryunosuke said with mock disappointment. Trash move. Bang! A whip kick severed the man in half. Without hesitation, Ryunosuke activated his observation haki and locked onto a strange presence inside the man's body. He reached into the shattered corpse, schluck. From the remains, he pulled out a black, twisted, twitching object. It writhed in his hand like a parasite from hell. What the hell is this? The thing looked like a corrupted tentacle, its flesh warped and oozing. As soon as it left the host's body, the man's corpse began to rapidly decay, rotting away in seconds. Escanor stepped forward, frowning. Captain, that's a demon root, he said grimly. A low-level demonic parasite, but if one's here, it means high-level demons have already reached this world. The silence that followed was heavy. Escanor clenched his fists. That shouldn't be possible. These things don't come from our world. And they can't be born naturally, they have to be brought in. In other words, this world is being invaded. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow, then crushed the twitching tentacle in his palm. Boom! A pulse of energy dispersed from his hand. Ding! Congratulations! You have destroyed a demon root. 3,000 reputation points earned. Ryunosuke paused. System? That was unexpected. He had earned reputation points before, usually from public feats like defeating a warlord or conquering a territory. But this battle had no audience. Everyone from the G5 branch was already dead. There was no one to witness his strength. So why the reward? System, Ryunosuke said calmly. Explain this reputation gain. Destroying demonic entities grants special reputation points. This is a world-recognized merit. Current status. Demonic invasion classified as global threat. Reward issued accordingly. Ryunosuke's expression darkened. So, this world knows these demons aren't supposed to be here. And the system's rewarding me for cleansing them. That means they're not just anomalies, they're a threat. He turned to Escanor. Can you sense more of these parasites? Escanor shook his head. Not directly. Before they activated, their presence felt identical to devil fruit users. If I didn't know better, I'd assume that's all they were. They're using the fruits as camouflage, I see. Ryunosuke took a deep breath, then turned to Najenda. No more tests, he said coldly, kill them all. But don't let them die easily. Najenda's eyes glinted with understanding. Yes, Captain. The dragon hunter pirates unleashed their fury. All pretense vanished. Power surged from every crew member like a tidal wave. The dual agents, who had believed they still stood a chance, suddenly realized the truth. They were already dead, they just didn't know it yet. Crollo summoned his dark chamber and opened the pit. Inside, his phantom fish waited, teeth gleaming, eyes soulless. One by one, the agents were dragged in, screaming. The demon tentacles inside them squirmed in panic, then vanished, consumed bite by bite. Not even ash remained. At last, Uvajin came strolling over, holding one of the writhing black roots. Ah, it's already over? He pouted. I wanted to keep one. These things are fun to punch. He tossed the twitching object into Crollo's chamber like garbage. In under an hour, the entire duel team, a squad personally authorized by the world government, had been wiped out. Not a single survivor. Not a single trace. Najenda approached, notebook in hand as always. Captain, earlier you told Morgans we were going to attack Mariajoy. Should I mark that after our expedition to the Valley of the Gods? Ryunosuke looked up at the smoke rising from G5. His voice was cold. Ganato's squad lost 218 people. Including him. He stepped onto the deck of the Leviathan warship and looked toward the horizon. Then let's take 218 celestial dragons, and send them to hell with him. Meanwhile, across the seas, various pirate crews had begun eyeing the dragon hunter pirates' territory, including Whiskey Peak. But just as they made their move, news broke. Ryunosuke's declaration, delivered by Morgans, had already spread. The fifth Emperor of the Sea had declared war on the world government. Even the Grand Line's first half received the broadcast. The world trembled. The world government had heard the call, Holy Land Marihoa. The dual organization has been completely wiped out. Trash is still trash, someone muttered, clearly irritated. They had once thought the dual unit had potential, especially after they managed to eliminate a minor unit from the Dragon Hunter pirates. The five elders had even dared to imagine using them to start reshuffling the balance of power across the seas. But now? Their hopes had been crushed. Worse yet, the Dragon Hunter pirates hadn't stopped at retaliation. They had declared war, not against fellow pirates. Not against rival emperors, but directly against the world government. Such boldness hadn't been seen in centuries. Even the Revolutionary Army, long regarded as a thorn in the side of the government, had built itself up in secret, hiding in the shadows. But the Dragon Hunter pirates? They had issued a public countdown to their invasion of Marihoa. This was unprecedented. Do we strike back now? Someone asked. Order the Navy to retaliate? It sounded logical, but it was far from realistic. The Dragon Hunter pirates had already reached Emperor-level status. To win a war against them would require deploying nearly the entire naval force, and even then, victory was not guaranteed. Worse still, failure would send a ripple through the world. Other pirates, warlords, and rebellious nations would rise at the first scent of weakness. No one wanted to fire the first shot, yet Ryunosuke had done just that. He had staked everything on his crew's strength. "The dragon hunter pirates have reached a terrifying peak," said Saint Ethanbaron, worry etched deep into his brow. "If we do nothing now, it might be too late to contain them." "Word has already spread among the celestial dragons," he added. "There's unrest brewing within our own walls." Morgan spread the news globally. "It's already everywhere," said Saturn. "If we want to contain the fallout, we need to start now." But the five elders remained silent. They knew, no matter what action they took now, there would be no good outcome. Even if they destroyed the dragon hunter pirates completely, the world order would still shift. Because the illusion of government invincibility would be shattered. Whitebeard pirates. Moby. Dad. The dragon hunter pirates just declared war on the world government. Marco burst into Whitebeard's quarters, clutching the fresh newspaper. Whitebeard, casually drinking, was already in a call via Den Mushi. Marco paused, waiting. "Are you here to tell me to let them go alone?" Whitebeard said gruffly. "Not happening." When they fought Blackbeard, it was Ryunosuke who had come to their aid, without hesitation. If not for him, the Whitebeard pirates might not even exist anymore. "Whitebeard, you're losing your grip," growled Charlotte Linlin from the other end of the call. "He's starting a war because a crew of logistics division was killed. That kind of madness is a danger to all of us. Who knows what he'll do next?" But Whitebeard merely chuckled. "You still don't understand him, Linlin. Ryunosuke isn't like the rest of us. He helped my family. That alone is reason enough. If he goes to Marihoa, we go too. As for the Sea Emperor title, you can have it. I'm not interested." Garararara. Charlotte Linlin was left speechless. East Blue. Red-haired pirate's ship. "Shanks, look at this," said Ben Beckman, handing him the newspaper. Shanks read the headline. His face darkened. He's actually doing it. What the hell is this kid thinking? Why would he pick a fight with the world government? Beckman answered casually, lighting a cigarette. Because the world government killed a squad of his crew. The dragon hunter pirates declared there would be no peace. 218 celestial dragons. That's how many he plans to kill in return. Shanks fell silent. Even he couldn't fault that logic. Revenge was one thing. But issuing such a precise number, that was a message. "We can't stop him," Shanks muttered. "Then what do we do?" Beckman asked. "We go to Marihoa. I want to see what the world government intends to do. Because if this war breaks out, and if Whitebeard really joins him, then this world would soon plunge into chaos. Right now, the ones under the most pressure aren't the pirate emperors. In fact, their very existence thrives on chaos. They are one of the root causes of the world's instability. No matter how the world descends into turmoil, they will always find a way to survive, perhaps even flourish, in the madness. But there's one organization that cannot afford that kind of world. The Navy government." Inside the newly established Fleet Admiral's office, Sakazuki sat with a heavy expression. Having officially taken over as Fleet Admiral, the weight of the position was beginning to show. Following the results of the World Military Draft, Admiral Fujitora, Isho, and Admiral Ryokugayu, Aramaki, had joined the Marine headquarters as two of its strongest new pillars. As for Aokiji Kuzan, after the resignation of veterans like Garp and Suru, he too stepped down. Sengoku had once vouched for Kuzan to succeed him as Fleet Admiral, but the world government rejected his recommendation, choosing instead to appoint Akainu Sakazuki directly. This decision didn't sit well with Kuzan, who clashed with Sakazuki's extremist ideals. Unable to accept the Marines' increasingly iron-fisted approach, he chose to walk away without looking back. Seeing that all three admirals had assembled, Sakazuki stood and said with his usual sternness, "Let's move to the meeting room." When they arrived at the conference hall, several familiar figures were already waiting inside. Vice Admirals Momosagi, Gion, and Chaton, Tokikaki, along with Vice Admiral Strawberry and Onigumo, were all present. But most notably, retired legends like Garp, Sengoku, and Suru had also appeared. Their presence made one thing very clear: this situation was serious. Sakazuki didn't waste time. He walked to the head of the table and addressed the room. As you've probably heard, the Dragon Hunter pirates have officially declared war on the world government. They've taken up position at the G5 branch, and they're not planning to leave. The world government has ordered us to mobilize every available force to annihilate them. Before we act, I want to hear your thoughts. The room went silent. Especially Gion, who shifted uneasily in her seat. She had suffered defeat at the hands of the Dragon Hunter pirates more than once, and had only survived the last encounter thanks to Garp's intervention. Facing them again was the last thing she wanted. Then, with a knowing grin, Chaton spoke up. "Admiral Sakazuki, come on. We all know you've already made up your mind. Just give us the order." He wasn't wrong. Sakazuki was a man who upheld absolute justice, unyielding and direct. The meeting was more formality than discussion. "I believe the fleet admiral has already made the most strategic judgment," Strawberry added. "After all, these aren't your average pirates. No one here wanted to be scapegoated for a potential failure. They knew Sakazuki already had a plan. What they needed to decide was whether to follow him into the fire." "Then it's settled," Sakazuki said grimly. "Prepare the fleet. We attack G5 at full strength. This time, we'll wipe out the Dragon Hunter pirates." "No," a quiet, forceful interruption cut through the room. Everyone turned to see Sengoku standing. He looked at Sakazuki with calm disapproval. "So, it's just as I thought. You're planning to stake everything, the full strength of the Navy, on eliminating them. But this isn't just any pirate crew, Sakazuki. They're the Dragon Hunter pirates. Even if we give it our all, are you certain we can defeat them?" He glanced around the room, his voice steady. "If there's even one miscalculation, this could become the worst disaster the Navy has ever faced." Sengoku's words were met with silence. "Yes, we represent the world government. But if we lose this battle, if they counterattack or defeat us outright, what then? The honor and legacy we've protected for generations would vanish overnight." Sakazuki's jaw clenched. His pride burned. He was fleet admiral now, and Sengoku was merely a special advisor. He no longer had authority. Still, his words carried weight. "Do you have an alternative suggestion, Sengoku?" Sakazuki asked, barely hiding his frustration. "I don't plan to interfere with the details. But have you truly considered the consequences of losing this war? More importantly, do you really believe we can stand against them now?" That was the heart of the issue. The Dragon Hunter pirates' last appearance had already stunned the world, and that was months ago. Now, intelligence reports, courtesy of Morgans, suggested that a new powerhouse had joined their ranks, supposedly from the mysterious 4th Division. Each one of these divisions seemed to appear out of nowhere, and each new member was stronger than the last. Sengoku had personally reviewed the surveillance footage, particularly the moment when Escanor obliterated 2 marine warships with a single swing of his axe. Even Sengoku couldn't guarantee he could block such overwhelming power. Meteorites, lightning, axes, freakish monsters from the sea. Just imagining the chaos of facing that kind of crew in battle made his blood run cold. This wouldn't be a war, it would be a massacre. "I agree with advisor Sengoku," Fujitora said as he stood. "I've heard of their exploits, and while I may be the one most familiar with controlling meteorites, I still wouldn't support a full frontal assault. Though blind, Fujitora spoke with clarity. Even if we did manage to hurt them, the cost to the Navy would be enormous. A strategy that injures the enemy by 1,000, but costs us 10,000 in return. That's not justice. That's foolishness." Sakazuki's hands tightened into fists. He had planned to use this opportunity to settle old scores from the war at the summit. But now, no one in the room supported a direct assault. Even if he issued the order, there would be hesitation, doubt, and that alone could doom the mission. Still, they were the Navy. And now a pirate crew had the gall to openly declare war on the world government, and no one wanted to respond? Where was the pride, the honor, his dignity? His face darkened again, smoldering with frustration. Then, from the back of the room, a familiar crunch echoed. It was Garp, munching on senbei. "How about this?" he said, standing with a grin. Let the fleet admiral lead a small force to test the waters. The rest of us can support from a distance." He shot a glance at Sengoku and Suru. "Sengoku, Suru, I'll go with you. Even if we can't win, we sure as hell won't die. The new generation of Marines still needs time to grow. No point sending them to their deaths just yet." Sakazuki's eyes lit up. That might work. If he led the mission himself, they could test the Dragon Hunter's true strength without risking everything. And if things went south, he could pull back. A tactical probe, not a full war. "Fine," he said, making his decision. "Prepare for deployment. We move soon." As for asking the world government for approval, Sakazuki didn't care. He was done waiting for permission. At the G5 branch, "Captain, the Navy has begun mobilizing. A large fleet is heading this way," Najenda reported, her tone serious. "We've also confirmed that Sakazuki himself is preparing to lead the operation." She paused, then added, "The Whitebeard pirates have declared their support. They'll act alongside us when the time comes. As for the Red Hair pirates, Shanks has taken his crew to Mariajoy. Their intentions remain unclear. The Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates under Kaido haven't made a move yet." Ryunosuke stood silent, listening intently as the sea breeze tugged at his coat. It had been over 2 years since he first set sail. Until now, the Dragon Hunter pirates had never faced such overwhelming opposition. But this time, it was different. The world government wasn't just reacting, they were targeting them directly. If they stayed quiet or backed down now, the government would only become more emboldened. Eventually, even the most basic safety of his crew would be jeopardized. "Najenda. The Navy won't let the main forces leave this region. Call Crollo. I need to speak with him." Najenda nodded and left without another word. Originally, they had planned to head to White Ball Island, but with the situation escalating, those plans had been postponed. Now, Ryunosuke had decided to let Conrad handle things there. After all, it was just a scientific research facility. How strong could a bunch of lab rats possibly be? "Captain, what's up?" Crollo grinned as he approached. "You want me to kidnap the 5 elders? Or are we finally looting Mariajoy's treasure vault?" His tone was joking, but behind that smirk hid a hatred as deep as the sea. Ryunosuke knew him well. Crollo never showed concern for casualties, but he harbored a vendetta against the world government that burned hotter than fire. That was the real reason he'd soon become their most dangerous weapon. "Take your squad and head to Marineford," Ryunosuke ordered calmly. "Wait for my signal, and when it comes, launch a full assault. No restrictions this time." Crollo's eyes gleamed. "Understood, Captain." He tossed on his long coat, turned, and left with his men, grinning as if heading to a festival rather than a battlefield. Ryunosuke walked slowly toward the coastline, gazing out at the glimmering water. The sea was beautiful, but the world it reflected was full of danger. He had been too arrogant, his power had grown fast, his influence even faster. And for a time, he thought that was enough. But he had forgotten one crucial truth. The reason the world government had ruled for so long wasn't strength alone. It was foundation, influence, history. And now, they were baring their fangs. "Captain, I'm ready." At that moment, Yahiko joined him by the shore. "I know. From here on, we let time do its work." Ryunosuke sat down cross-legged, eyes still fixed on the endless sea, his thoughts unreadable. Meanwhile, on White Ball Island, "Brother Conrad, we're here." Finks pointed ahead. "White Ball Island, straight ahead. Do we head straight to shore?" "Yeah," Conrad replied. "Captain's not done handling things yet. We'll take care of this issue before the real battle begins. Let's move." The moment their ship approached the island, wary eyes watched from the docks. Pirates from the Dragon Hunter crew, especially ones from the Mink tribe, were rare sights here. But despite their fearsome appearance, Conrad and his team didn't pillage, burn, or threaten anyone. Instead, they moved quietly to the rear of the island. Are they really with the Dragon Hunter pirates? Didn't they declare war on the world government? What are they doing here now? It doesn't seem like a raid. Tell everyone to stay indoors. No use poking a tiger, a local elder said. We don't want to get caught in the crossfire. At the secret experimental facility behind White Ball Island, Dr. Snooky. Urgent news. A man in a hazmat suit rushed into the lab, panic written all over his face. The Dragon Hunter Pirates Logistics Division is headed here. It's Conrad. He's leading the Mink Tribe team straight for us. Snooky blinked, confused. The Mink Tribe? Shouldn't they be tied up with the Navy right now? Why are they here? Snooky was the facility's director, an ambitious man obsessed with experimentation on the Mink Tribe, especially their powerful Sulong form. He believed that if their power could be replicated in ordinary humans, he'd become a scientific legend. Should we evacuate, sir? The assistant asked nervously. We'll be dragged into hell if we mess with the dragon hunters. Snooky snorted. TCH, it's just one Mink Tribe man. Besides, it's daytime. Without the moonlight, he can't transform. And down here, we control the battlefield. He grinned wickedly. Let's give them a warm welcome. My little babies have been itching to test some flesh. Back at the base entrance, Conrad and his crew stood before a large steel gate. Is this the place? One of the crew asked. Should we smash it down or? Clank. Ka-chunk. Before he could finish, the door creaked open on its own. A long metal corridor stretched before them, lit with sterile white light. Looks like someone rolled out the red carpet for us. Let's not keep them waiting, Conrad chuckled and walked in. As they moved deeper into the facility, the door behind them slammed shut. But the lights stayed on. No traps, yet. They soon reached a wide room, part laboratory, part coliseum. The sterile white walls were reinforced with layers of steel. Clearly, this was a testing ground. Then came the heavy thump of metallic footsteps. A towering 6-meter-tall man stepped into view. Human, yes, but something was off. His presence, his energy, it felt corrupted. Worse, Conrad sensed faint traces of Mink Tribe energy leaking from him. Welcome, Dragon Hunter Pirates, a voice echoed through a speaker. Behind a transparent protective shield stood a tall, thin man in a white lab coat. Let me guess, you're here to attack the base? Well then, how about a warm-up? Say hello to my little cuties. He grinned maniacally and licked his lips. If you notice the new fanfic are gone, I'll give the title, just search it up. This is the title for my new fanfic because I repost it. Killing people is kinda scientific, right? Huh, why aren't you moving? Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, this little cutie of mine was modified using your Mink Tribe genes. Surprised? That's not even the best part, just wait, there's more. Ah ga ga ga, the tall, thin scientist let out a shrill, manic laugh that echoed through the facility. If the rest of the Dragon Hunter Pirates had been here, they would have killed him on the spot. Frankly, he deserved it. Captain, let me handle this one, said a massive figure that stepped forward, his thick fur jet black, resembling a towering bear. This was Bill, a warrior of the Mink Tribe and a frontline combatant in Conrad's unit. He's all yours, Bill, Conrad nodded, placing a hand on his shoulder. Moonlight streamed faintly through the ceiling vents above, casting a pale glow across the chamber. Bill's eyes instantly turned blood red, electricity crackling from his fur as the Sulong form began to awaken. The very next moment, he lunged. His powerful limbs propelled him forward, fists wrapped in lightning-enhanced electro, crashing into the 6-meter-tall bioengineered brute. But the strike, despite its force, failed to cause significant damage. The monstrous man simply stood his ground, body hardened through grotesque modifications. He took the hit without flinching. Ah ga ga, you thought that would hurt. You call that power? That's all the Dragon Hunter Pirates have to offer. Pathetic. We are scientists, masters of the human body. You're obsolete. Crack. Before the lunatic could finish his taunts, a white-haired Mink Tribe warrior shot forward from the flank, gliding like lightning. Electricity surged across his blades, infused with armament hockey, as he leapt and sliced with surgical precision. Within a second, the monstrous giant was dismembered. Severed limbs hit the floor, followed by a heavy, wet thud as blood sprayed across the hall. The surprise the scientist had hyped up. Slaughtered before he could blink. Conrad stepped forward, eyes cold and unimpressed. Did you really think we were going to fight one by one? He looked down at the trembling figure in the observation room. This isn't a duel. It's war. Conrad's time with the Dragon Hunter Pirates had changed him. The captain's creed had become his own. Even when hunting rabbits, lions fight with all their might. Using teamwork to overwhelm opponents wasn't cowardice, it was smart, efficient, brutal. Letting Bill take the first strike was a feint, meant only to distract, to lull the scientist into arrogance. And it had worked perfectly. How? You killed my masterpiece. The scientist, his face pale, panicked as Conrad marched toward the observation chamber. Bam! Conrad slammed his armament-covered fist into the transparent barrier that separated them. The shield shook but held. Ah gah gah. You think that will break it? This is our most advanced defense system. You beasts won't. Boom, another blow. Then another. Behind Conrad, other Mink tribe members joined in, unleashing a coordinated assault. The protective shield began to crack. The scientist's expression shifted, from smugness to horror. No, this can't be happening. Hairline fractures splintered across the barrier. The scientist stumbled backward. I am too important, I'm on the cusp of a breakthrough, I can't die here. Frantically, he pulled a dozen syringes from his belt and stabbed them all into his body at once. Scarlet fluid surged through his veins. His tall, wiry frame began to mutate, muscles expanding grotesquely, fur sprouting across his arms. His body twitched and spasmed violently. Is that the same drug Peckham's used last time? Conrad muttered, stepping back. No, it's something stronger. Everyone, stay alert. Hee, gahaha. You rats think you can kill me? Let me show you, the peak of scientific evolution. I am Pilu, and I. Crack! A hand punched clean through the weakened shield, seizing the madman by the throat. Die! It was over in an instant. With one squeeze, Finks crushed Pilu's neck and tore off his head. The scientist's body went limp, collapsing in a heap. Finks' Sulong form stood tall behind the shattered shield, her mane crackling with static, eyes glowing with primal fury. Finks, are you alright? Conrad rushed to his side. Finks was panting, her body trembling slightly. Her transformation had been the most complete among them, far more stable than the others. But even so, the Sulong form always came with a cost. I'm good, brother Conrad, Finks exhaled. Let's keep moving. These bastards dared to experiment on our tribe. That's unforgivable. She slowly deactivated the Sulong state, her body returning to normal, though visibly strained. Meanwhile, in the control room, Master Snooky, they activated the Sulong form, indoors. The assistant's voice trembled. Until now, they believed Mink tribe warriors could only transform under direct moonlight. But Finks had proven otherwise. And if the others could do the same, the facility would be a slaughterhouse. This is perfect, Snooky shouted, eyes gleaming madly. We must capture that one, she's the most valuable specimen yet. His obsession drowned out all fear. Finks was a dream come true, a breakthrough in his unethical research. Beebit master. Do as I say, Snooky snapped, eyes filled with killing intent. Unless you'd prefer to become another test subject? The assistant went pale. You understood, sir. He scrambled to the console and slammed the switch, opening the next chamber. Back with Conrad's team, boom. The next set of doors slid open with a hiss. TCH. Looks like they're feeling confident again, Conrad muttered. Let's see what their next experiment looks like. The crew advanced, stepping into an even larger space. The room was dome-shaped, dimly lit, almost theatrical. From the shadows emerged a woman in a sleek white lab coat. Her presence was strange, almost otherworldly. Her coat hung loosely over her shoulders, but aside from it, she wore nothing else. Welcome, she purred, voice dripping with seduction. My lovely little cuties. She licked her lips as her gaze fell on Conrad, her eyes gleaming like a predator eyeing fresh prey. If you notice the new fanfic are gone, I'll give the title, just search it up. This is the title for my new fanfic because I reposted. Killing people is kinda scientific, right? A heavy, instinctual chill spread through the air. Every Mink tribe warrior felt it. This woman was dangerous. As creatures who possessed not only heightened instincts but also observation haki, they could clearly sense it, an aura of seduction laced with poison. And then there was that scent. A sweet, intoxicating fragrance that drifted from her body, and from the nutrient tanks that now surrounded the room. Don't be afraid, my little cuties, let me give you the ultimate pleasure in life. Even mighty mink tribe warriors can't resist their instincts. With a sultry smile, the woman slowly removed her protective suit, revealing her body without shame. Some of the younger pirates visibly faltered, their eyes glazed. That aroma, it was clearly more than just a scent. Coo-coo-coo. Clatter. Suddenly, the nearby nutrient tanks hissed open. Green fluid spilled across the floor as 6 towering figures stepped out. Cyborgs clad in reinforced armor and strange augmentations. They surrounded the woman, moving in formation. The boss promised that if I could take you down, everyone but her would be mine, the woman purred. My name is Lisgina, and from now on, I'll be your master. As she spoke, the 6 modified monsters charged toward Conrad and his crew. This time, the cyborgs were clearly stronger than the last. They carried the same seducing aroma Lisgina gave off. Whatever devil fruit ability she possessed, it was embedded in them, too. The team felt their heads begin to cloud. Finks, Vinner, Baiku. Sulong form. At Conrad's command, moonlight burst forth from within. Though muted by the artificial lights above, it was enough. 6 mink tribe warriors howled as their white fur grew wild and long, electricity surging across their bodies. They transformed instantly into Sulong. Lisgina, who had stood smug and seductive only moments ago, now stared in shock. That's impossible. I thought only the girl could do it, 6 of them? Even more baffling, none of them were affected by her scent. Her fragrance fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, granted her the ability to charm, seduce, and poison through aroma. But once the Sulong form was activated, its raw primal instincts and electrical charge seemed to override any seductive effect. To these warriors, she wasn't a goddess, she was prey. Panicking already? Conrad's voice came from behind her. Before she could even turn, a massive furred arm wrapped around her neck, white hair crackling with electric dominance. 7, he whispered. Why you? Crack. Conrad snapped her neck without hesitation. She had power, yes, but she lacked physical strength and close combat instincts. Against a minx warrior, she was nothing more than a distraction. A functional devil fruit user. Eliminated in seconds. Bang! 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 As Lisgina's corpse hit the floor, the 6 cyborgs collapsed beside her. Some kind of synchronization? Perhaps her scent was controlling them like puppets. Didn't matter now. Conrad's eyes turned toward the final, sealed door ahead. According to intel, Lisgina was second in command of this research base, which meant the mastermind was behind that door. You're watching, aren't you? Conrad said aloud. So, you going to open the door for us, or, ka. Before he could finish, the door creaked open by itself. They stepped in. No longer a testing chamber, this area opened into a labyrinth of underground corridors, crisscrossed and reinforced. The scale of it was staggering. Whoever built this had serious resources and ambition. Then came the voice. You must be Conrad, captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates Logistics Division. Look, we're researchers. We never meant to antagonize your crew. The man who stepped into view wore a calm smile and a white coat. His name was Dr. Snooky, director of the facility. We admit to experimenting with mink tribe genes, but we had Big Mom's blessing. She authorized the research. There's no need for violence. We'll stop, you have my word. He bowed slightly, though his trembling hands betrayed him. By now, he had seen 7 warriors transform into Sulong, and several more hadn't even revealed their abilities yet. He knew what would happen if this turned into a fight. Big Mom already apologized, Conrad said coldly. But you're the ones who carried it out. As long as you people exist, we'll always be hunted, dissected, and sold. So now, we ended at the root. The moment he spoke, Conrad disappeared. Across the room, his warriors erupted into action, transforming and tearing through every soldier, machine, or scientist they could find. The facility became a lightning-filled slaughterhouse. Bang! Suddenly, a punch intercepted Conrad's blow mid-swing. Conrad's eyes widened. You're... A massive figure stood before him, clad in blood-red fur and gleaming with electric energy. Brother Unos? The cheetah-like warrior stared at him, lifeless eyes glowing crimson. Unos, Conrad's own blood. His mentor. His elder brother. One of the mink tribe's strongest warriors, but something was wrong. His soul was missing. You refuse to negotiate? Dr. Snooky sneered from behind a screen. Then allow me to show you the pinnacle of science. Snooky slammed several syringes into Uno's neck. Potions hissed into his bloodstream. His already muscular frame swelled further, hair whitening and growing thicker. But unlike a regular Sulong transformation, red streaks of corrupted fur spread across his body. The scent of bloodlust became unbearable. Ha 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 ha. This is it, the final form, Moon Lion. Liberation. This is the power of science, something your primitive instincts will never achieve. Unos roared, his body crackling with unholy energy. But just as Snooky celebrated, crack, Unos turned and punched Snooky's skull into the wall. Splat. The Mad Doctor's lifeless body dropped with a thud. Then, with one last breath, Unos turned to Conrad. Conrad, live. With a final smile, the corrupted aura dispersed from his body. He fell to his knees and collapsed. Brother, Conrad ran to him and caught him in his arms, roaring in grief. Soon enough, the rest of the crew had finished off all the researchers in the underground base. The orders from Ryunosuke and Conrad were clear. These people were expendable, no survivors. But when they returned, what greeted them was not a triumphant celebration, but Conrad, kneeling in silence, cradling a broken, lifeless body. The crew exchanged confused glances before all eyes turned to Finks. Yeah. Finks gave a solemn nod and stepped forward, leaping to Conrad's side. Brother Conrad, is that Brother Unos? Though Uno's body was nearly unrecognizable, Finks didn't hesitate for a second, he knew. Without another word, the rest of the crew knelt. Brother Unos has cut himself off from this world. He wanted us to live, so he will. Conrad looked up. Tears streaked his weathered face. The reason I came here was to stop the Mink tribe's blood from being manipulated, twisted by experiments. But I was wrong. There are still so many of our kind, out there, enslaved, broken, forgotten. I have to save them. All of them. He clenched his fists tight. Brother Conrad, let's leave this place. As for Brother Unos, let this be his final resting place. He's not well enough to make the journey back to Zo with us. Finks tried to stay composed, but her voice cracked. By the end of her words, tears were falling freely. The mink standing behind them watched silently. Sadness hung in the air like a thick fog. But wait, wasn't Finks supposed to be the one comforting Conrad? Why was she crying even harder than him now? Was this her version of encouragement? All right, Finks. Stop crying already, Conrad muttered, helplessly. Brother Unos, he'd understand, he always did. Besides, if any of those bastards return as ghosts, he'll be here to slap them back into hell. Also, just stop crying. Okay. Conrad's grief faded, not completely, but enough, because right now, he wasn't sure how to deal with this awkward shift. He was the one who needed comfort. Instead, Finks came over, bawled her eyes out, and left him stuck. Worse, she had used her Sulong form 3 times in one day during battle. Her body was nearly spent. If this kept up, she'd collapse before he could finish mourning. I'm done crying, and you, don't just sit there, we've got work to do. Finks stood tall. Her voice was resolute now. She tore off her sleeve and gently laid it across Uno's chest. Brother Unos. Thank you. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes and offered a quiet prayer. One by one, the others followed her lead, tearing cloth from their clothes and covering Uno's body. Soon, he was fully covered, a sacred rite among the Mink tribe. Even if his body would never return to Zo, his soul would know peace. With heavy hearts, the crew turned and left the base. Moments later, explosions ripped through the island behind them. Demolition charges set earlier now doing their grim work. White Ball Island vanished into smoke and fire. They moved out, their mission far from over. 3 months from now, they would challenge the world government itself. For that, they had to be ready. Even if they were destined to fall, this was the path they'd chosen. The Dragon Hunter Pirates, this was their purpose. 3 days later, G5 branch, Captain, we're back. That research base, completely wiped out. Awaiting your next orders. Conrad stepped forward and knelt before Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke nodded slowly. Your next task is to rest. He gave a faint smile. And don't go calling for help from the Mink tribe on Zo Island. This fight belongs to us, the Dragon Hunter pirates. Don't drag your people into this. Understood? Conrad hesitated. But Captain, Numberbutts, that's an order. Ryunosuke cut him off gently, his eyes still fixed on the sea. He'd been receiving reports daily, but none of them mattered to him now. Because he was waiting, the Navy would come, they had to come. He couldn't afford to leave them at his back when he sailed into the Valley of the Gods. He needed this threat dealt with before the final war began. Aboard a marine ship, Garp, Sengoku said between mouthfuls of soba, "What are the odds we actually take down the Dragon Hunter pirates this time?" No one knew that crew better than Garp. And even Sengoku, former fleet admiral of the Marine headquarters, war hero, man of legend, was second-guessing himself. Maybe it was the pattern. Garp's son, Dragon, had become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a threat to the world government. Now Ryunosuke, practically Garp's grand student, was leading the Dragon Hunter pirates, shaking the foundations of the sea. Seriously, what the hell was Garp doing in Fuchsia Village, training doomsday machines? Less than 30%, Garp replied flatly. Sengoku choked on his noodles. "You forgot something. These guys can revive." He said it calmly, opening a pack of senbei like he was talking about the weather. "When we surrounded them last time, some of them died, dead, gone. Then poof, right back on the ship like nothing happened. Even if we kill a few this time, it won't matter. But we have to try." Sengoku frowned. "Less than 30%? Then why even go? Shouldn't we report to the world government and focus our forces on defense? That way, we hit them together, maximize strength, minimize loss." Garp stared at him for a second. Then, with the crunch of senbei echoing dramatically through the room, he deadpanned. "Sengoku. Are you stupid?" That earned him a glare from the former fleet admiral. "How can you of all people call me stupid?" But before he could snap further, Fujitora spoke, calm as ever, still sipping his soba. "Perhaps what Vice Admiral Garp means, is that if we engage in that final battle without reducing their forces now, we risk sending thousands of low-ranking Marines to die pointlessly." His words cut like a blade of insight. Sengoku's lips tightened. It was true. The Dragon Hunter pirates didn't fight fair. They'd tear through the lower ranks like a storm. If they joined the final battle unweakened, the casualties wouldn't just be heavy, they'd be catastrophic. Indeed, Garp's plan, though reckless at first glance, had the lowest projected loss rate. "For once, I have to agree with Garp," Sengoku said, arms crossed. He glanced sideways, tone dry. "Did you forget, this guy used to be the most cunning of the three of us?" Garp smirked, still slurping his soba. It had been a long time since the old guard had operated together on a mission. If not for the Dragon Hunter pirates declaring all-out war on the world government, the three might have never come out of retirement. "Exactly my point," Sengoku muttered, eyebrows furrowed. "If he had taken more responsibility back then, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess now." "Oi, oi," Garp snapped, jabbing a senbei into the air. "We were just talking about your stupidity. Why shift the blame back to me again? If I'd actually taken command of the Navy back then, I'd have gone to war with the world government in a week. Would you really have let me run the show?" Unapologetic as ever. On the side, Fujitora chuckled quietly, enjoying the show. He had once thought the Navy's upper echelon was made up of stiff, solemn officials. But after working alongside them, he realized they were just people. People with bickering, banter, and brutal history. Kuzan chimed in occasionally, inserting himself like a loyal fan crashing a reunion episode. Meanwhile, on another warship, Borsellino, "You think I was wrong too, don't you?" Sakazuki's tone was low, barely audible over the sea breeze. The world knew him as a kainu, champion of absolute justice. A man who never hesitated, never faltered, and would destroy evil at any cost. But what the world didn't see, was his solitude. Outside the Navy, and even within, his reputation was as heavy as his convictions. No warmth, no camaraderie. Even his fellow admirals didn't support him. The starkest example, Aokiji Kuzan, who resigned after losing the fleet admiral title to him. And now, Sakazuki had no one he could talk to, except maybe Kizaru, Borsellino. "But you don't regret it, right?" Borsellino asked in that lazy, drawling tone, but with rare depth in his voice. Sakazuki didn't respond right away. He stared silently ahead, then exhaled. Sometimes he did envy the casual connection between his colleagues, but regret? No, never. His sense of justice was unwavering. O'Hara, Marineford, any other incident, he didn't waver in his belief that eradicating evil was right. Even if it made him the villain, no, I don't regret it. His voice was firm now, conviction unshaken. Just then, Fleet Admiral, a large ship has been spotted ahead. The lookout rushed up. Judging by the flag, it's from Kaido's crew. Most likely, Jack the Drowned. Jack? Sakazuki frowned. What's that brute doing here? They're on a collision course with the advisor Sengoku's ship. No sign of stopping. Despite being led by some of the Navy's top combatants, Sengoku's group was sailing aboard a standard warship, intentionally avoiding the use of a more conspicuous Buster Call-class ship to minimize risk. Let them be, Sakazuki said coldly. Our mission is to deal with the Dragon Hunter pirates. As for Kaido, if he's not actively interfering, we ignore him. If he is, then we sink him. He turned back toward the sea, the weight of impending war settling on his shoulders. On board Jack's ship, Master Jack, Navy's ship spotted dead ahead. Jack stood tall, tusks gleaming, his massive form looming over the deck. What kind of ships? Who's on board? The leading vessel has several elderly officers. We can't identify them clearly, but they don't look particularly strong. It seems most of the Navy's elite are focused on the Dragon Hunter pirates. Jack grinned. Old Navy veterans? Ha 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 ha. Close the distance. Sink their ship. The crew hesitated for only a moment. Jack continued. We're not gonna run from a bunch of old men. I'm Jack the Drowned, damn it. To retreat now would be a disgrace. The beast's pirates adjusted course, heading directly for the so-called weaklings. Back on Sengoku's ship, Drought Jack, Kuzan blinked. What's he doing here? They were already en route to face the Dragon Hunter pirates. There hadn't been any reports of an alliance between Ryunosuke's crew and Kaido's. Maybe, Sengoku muttered, they saw our standard ship and thought we were just a bunch of washed-up vets. Carp laughed, smacking his knee. Oh, he thinks we're weaklings, huh? Perfect. Saves us the trouble of chasing him down. He cracked his knuckles, almost too eager. Fujitora stood, hand on his sheathed blade. As Admiral of the Navy headquarters, allow me to greet him properly. You think we'll let you hog all the fun? Sengoku smiled as he stood. Kuzan sighed from the bench. Poor guy, he muttered. He really had no idea what kind of hell he just signed up for. The naval ships continued their steady course toward G5 branch. Meanwhile, Jack's ship had already been sunk. With just a few of the Navy's elite taking action, the beast's pirates stood no chance. Not even Jack, one of Kaido's 3 disasters, could withstand their assault. Honestly, if Kaido himself had shown up and seen who was aboard that ship, he might have turned tail and fled. As powerful as he was, even Kaido wasn't a masochist. G5 branch, Captain, our scouts report the Navy has reached the Thousand Islands. They've just defeated Jack from the beast's pirates. Najendo reported crisply as she handed over a stack of doughnuts. The photos from the newsbird confirm it. Sengoku, Garp, Fujitora, and Suru were among those who took action. They'll arrive in 3 days. Ryunosuke looked up from his maps, eyes calm. 3 days, huh, that's just about right. Tell Hawkins and the other handymen to evacuate. Let the core team handle the rest. When facing this level of enemy, leaving the handymen behind would only result in unnecessary casualties. Najenda gave a firm nod and left to carry out the order. Ryunosuke's prediction had been spot on. The Navy wasn't foolish enough to send cannon fodder this time. They knew well that sending in regular troops would only mean throwing lives away. No, the force coming was small, but elite, lethal. In that case, non-combatants had no role here. Holy Land Marihoa. The atmosphere in Pangaea Castle grew tense. A new arrival had just been granted audience. One of the 4 emperors, captain of the red-haired pirates. Shanks. Shanks, what are you doing here at a time like this? Jay Garcia asked sharply, eyeing the Yonko with caution. A man like Shanks wouldn't visit Marihoa without reason, and it definitely wasn't for sightseeing. Shanks didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Is the world government truly prepared to fight monsters like the dragon hunter pirates?" The 5 elders fell silent for a beat, so that's why he came. Shanks had come because of Ryunosuke. Because the dragon hunter pirates had declared war. "We understand your concern," Mars said coldly. "But let's be clear, if you're here to ask us to compromise with a pirate crew, you're wasting your breath. Our prestige cannot be threatened by upstarts who think they can shake the world. We won't bow to a pirate." It was true that they were under immense pressure. With Lord I Am still in slumber, all responsibility fell squarely on their shoulders. But even so, the 5 elders would not, show weakness. If they allowed one crew to challenge their authority without consequence, everything the world government had built would crumble. Shanks, however, just smiled. "Compromise?" he repeated. "No, I know you won't, that's not why I'm here. I came to tell you something. Whether you win or lose this war, the world government will still fall." The 5 elders narrowed their eyes. "Even if you manage to destroy the dragon hunter pirates, the damage is done. The idea has already taken root. This is the first time in history that a pirate crew has openly declared war on the world government. From this point on, no pirate will see the 4 emperors as the peak. They'll aim higher. At you." Shanks' words rang like gunfire in the quiet chamber. The 5 elders exchanged glances. They knew he wasn't wrong. "If you came just to lecture us, then you can leave now," Atanbaran said curtly. They didn't need Shanks pointing out what they already feared. In this war, there was no option but total annihilation of the dragon hunter pirates. A decisive, overwhelming victory was the only way to deter future challengers. Shanks didn't move. Instead, he spoke once more. "What if I could convince the dragon hunter pirates to stand down?" That brought the room to a halt. Even the 5 elders looked at him with surprise. "You're saying, you can stop them? After they've already declared war?" Saturn asked skeptically. "Even with your influence, Shanks, you're not a miracle worker," muttered Mars. "Let's hear what he's offering," Top Man said calmly. "There's no harm in listening." Shanks nodded. The dragon hunter pirates made it clear, they only want revenge. They lost their logistics division to the world nobles. Their demand is simple. Kill the same number of celestial dragons in return. Over 200. Give them that, and they'll back off. The 5 elders' eyes widened in outrage. Over 200 world nobles. "You think we can just hand them over like common criminals?" Peter barked. "This isn't about numbers. Those are celestial dragons, the symbol of our world order. To sacrifice them is no different than surrendering to the dragon hunters." Shanks didn't flinch. "Who said they had to be real nobles? You've got plenty of slaves, don't you? Well-groomed, well-fed. Dress them up, make them look the part. Use them as substitutes." The room fell silent. The idea was disgusting, but also possible. Still, they knew what would happen. If the dragon hunter pirates found out, or if anyone discovered the ruse, the humiliation would be irreparable. The world government would become a laughingstock. "Shanks," Top Man said firmly, "your proposal is rejected. We will handle this matter ourselves. The dragon hunter pirates have made themselves enemies of the world, and enemies of the world must be crushed." The other 4 elders nodded, their expressions cold and resolute. Unless they were truly forced into desperation, they would never agree to such a disgraceful deal. Shanks saw their decision written plainly on their faces. With nothing more to say, he turned and walked away. After leaving the office of the 5 elders, Shanks quickly made his way back to his ship. For reasons unknown to most, he had been granted special permission to bring his own vessel all the way up to Marihoa. A privilege no other pirate could dream of. The exact reason behind this allowance remained a mystery. "Yo, Shanks. Did your sweet-talking work?" Lucky Ruox asked, tearing into a chicken leg like nothing in the world could ever bother him. He didn't really care about the outcome. Whether or not the 5 elders listened, the red hair pirates would adapt. Sure, the looming war with the dragon hunter pirates might mess with their plans, but only slightly. They were the youngest crew to ever stand among the Yonko. Time was on their side. "They didn't accept," Shanks said, stepping onto the deck, "but I planted a seed." He looked out toward the horizon. "Let's head for the new world. Time to find the dragon hunter pirates." Although he could have crossed the red line directly, that would mean abandoning his ship, a ridiculous choice. So instead, they'd pass through Fishman Island. Back in Marihoa, the 5 elders immediately began assembling high-level members for War Council. The battle was coming, and there were things they still needed to confirm. 2 days later, G5 branch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 3,000 reputation points. Ding! Reputation points increased by another 3,000. The notifications echoed one after another in Ryunosuke's mind as he reviewed his system panel. His total reputation value was about to break past a new milestone. Host. Ryunosuke. Age. 23. Joey Boy. Abilities. Supreme Swordsmanship. Expert Assassination Techniques. Advanced Armament Hockey. Advanced Observation Hockey. Intermediate Conqueror's Hockey. Rinnegan. Items. Aim no Habakiri. Essence of Life. Current Reputation. 300,400. Crew Structure. 1st Division Captain. Nagenda, from the world of Akame ga Kill. Team Members, Akame, Tatsumi, Mine. Night Raid Division, active. 2nd Division Captain. Crollo Lusulfur, from Hunter x Hunter. Team Members. Maki, Uvajin, Phantom Troop Division, active. 3rd Division Captain. Tendo Pain, from Naruto. Team Members. Hellpath, Jigokudo. 6 Paths of Pain, active. 4th Division Captain. Escanor, from 7 Deadly Sins. Possesses the Sunday to Sunday fruit, mythical zone, no side effects. 7 Deadly Sins Division, in progress. Special crew members. Enel, Mario, Kuina, Relki, Hawkins. Territories. Whiskey Peak. 59 reputation points, claimable. Sky Island Timehouse. 218 reputation points, claimable. Alabasta. 392 reputation points, claimable. Kingdom of Akoslan. 12,000 reputation points, claimable. Total global reputation. 1.21 million. Title. Captain of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Ryunosuke clicked into the 7 Deadly Sins recruitment tab. Meliodas recruitment price, 200,000 reputation points. Ban, 100,000. Diane, Gauther, and King, 50,000 each. The dilemma was clear: recruit a team or a core powerhouse? After a moment of thought, he made his decision. System, recruit Meliodas and Ban. They were exactly what he needed. Others like Diane or King had incredible area of effect abilities useful for war. But right now, Ryunosuke required resilience and precision. Exactly what Meliodas and Ban offered. Ding! Recruiting Meliodas, extracting abilities. Meliodas, Sin of Wrath, 7 Deadly Sins. Power. Full counter, weapon. Demon Blade Lost Vein. Race. Demon, classified, extracted skill. Vector counterattack. Converts all damage received into spatial vectors and redirects it with amplified force. Weapon acquired. Azure Blade generates ultra-cold air, immune to most ice-based effects. Ding! Recruiting Ban, extracting abilities. Ban, Sin of Greed, 7 Deadly Sins. Power. Snatch, weapon. Holy Staff Korek House. Race. Human, immortal, extracted skill. Absolute regeneration. Grants overwhelming healing speed and endurance. Weapon acquired. Holy Wings allows flight and delivers divine damage, especially effective against demonic entities. As the system finished its extraction, overwhelming waves of energy surged through Ryunosuke's body. Nearby crew members felt it immediately, and rushed over. Only one person aboard could trigger that kind of power shift. And when they arrived, 2 new figures stood before Ryunosuke, kneeling silently. Captain. Escanor's eyes widened in recognition. That's Captain Meliodas. He had suspected others from his world might eventually join, but this fast? 4th Division Captain? Nagenda stepped forward, scribbling the information into her logbook. With everyone gathered, Ryunosuke gave a small smile. You two, stand up. In this crew, we don't kneel to comrades. He gestured between them. This is Meliodas, captain of the 4th Division and leader of the 7 Deadly Sins, strong as hell. And this guy here is Ban. A bit cheeky, but immortal, and also a member of the 4th Division. The crew greeted the new arrivals one by one, their morale already rising. For Ryunosuke, time was ticking. The Navy was almost here. But his reputation still had room to grow. That was why he had chosen to delay the war by 3 months, to build power and influence. With Payne's team already on board, and now the Sins joining the ranks, the Dragon Hunter pirates were evolving into something far more terrifying than a standard Yonko crew. They were becoming unstoppable. Still, this wasn't about making noise. It was about winning. Hello. I'm Najenda, 1st Division Captain. The 2nd and 3rd captains are currently off handling missions. Welcome to the Dragon Hunter pirates. She extended a hand, and both Meliodas and Ban responded warmly. Hey, glad to be here. Then Meliodas turned to Ryunosuke, expression softening. Captain, is there a way for us to return to our original world? There was a pause. Ryunosuke raised a brow and addressed the system. System, can crew members return to their own worlds? It was a question he had never considered, until now. Up until this moment, no one else had asked. But now, with Elizabeth on Meliodas' mind, the answer suddenly mattered. Oddly, there was no mention of Elizabeth Lioness in the system's recruitment list. She couldn't be recruited directly, only via random pulls, which made the odds murky at best. Ryunosuke had always known about Meliodas' deep love for Elizabeth Lyons. The demon prince cursed with immortality, destined to meet her again and again in each lifetime, only to watch her die over and over. Every cycle, every death. It was a wound time couldn't heal. That was why the question Meliodas asked carried weight. If they couldn't return to their original worlds, it would tear apart more than just him. Even though Ryunosuke was a pirate, he didn't treat his crew as disposable. No, these people were his comrades, his nakama. And while they may have been summoned through a system, it was thanks to them that the Dragon Hunter pirates had reached this level of power. Meliodas' question wasn't just his. Ryunosuke could feel the unspoken concern in the gazes of Najenda and the others, especially the Night Raid members. Then, the system spoke. Ding. Travel to the original world as possible. Method 1. The host may disband the pirate crew and remove designated members. This returns a portion of their reputation cost. However, they can never be recruited again, through any method. Method 2. Bring all official crew members together and break through the dimensional barrier. This unlocks multiverse travel, allowing journeys across countless worlds. Each recruited member marks a world coordinate that can be revisited at any time. As the system finished speaking, a smile curled on Ryunosuke's lips. Meliodas, he said, I know you're thinking about Elizabeth. I can't summon her, not yet. But I promise you, I'll get you back to your world. The Demon King isn't your only enemy anymore, he's ours. Meliodas stood still for a moment, then slowly nodded, gratitude hidden behind his stoic eyes. Captain, a sly voice cut in. Ban, of course. That woman, Elizabeth, an old flame of yours too? Meliodas snorted. Ban. Ryunosuke chuckled, catching the rhythm. If it's Elaine you're thinking of, Ban, I'll help you find a way to bring her back. Yo, Meliodas immediately perked up. Elaine? So that's your woman? Just as expected, the teasing flipped back toward Ban. Bang! But this time, Ban dropped the jokes. He knelt down, serious, solemn. Captain, you're serious? You can really bring Elaine back? Gone was the smirk. In its place. Raw hope. If there was anyone in this world Ban would lower himself for, it was her. Ryunosuke nodded. I don't have a method yet, but I will find one. Time can do strange things. In this world, we've already seen the time fruit. If that exists, then a greater version might too. If I can get it, I'll send you back. To when Elaine still lived. Thank you, Captain. Ban stood, fists clenched with purpose. Just say the word. Need me to kill the Demon King? Meliodas? Myself? He shot Meliodas a glance, who returned it with narrowed eyes. Ryunosuke sighed. All right, enough out of you two. The guests are here. He looked toward the ocean. On the horizon, 4 warships had appeared, advancing steadily. They weren't numerous, but Ryunosuke recognized their significance instantly. This was the Navy's highest-level combat force. Enemy? Ban asked, grinning. Death didn't scare him. In fact, it annoyed him, mostly because he couldn't die. Now, with Elaine's resurrection hanging on Ryunosuke's promise, Ban would follow him into hell itself if necessary. All of them would, because of the system's contract, and more importantly, because of trust. "No need to fight yet," Ryunosuke said. "Let them get close." He disappeared in a flash and reappeared on the beach. The rest followed suit. In mere moments, the elite combatants of the Dragon Hunter pirates stood at the shore. Captain Ryunosuke, 1st Division, Najinda, Akame, Tatsumi, mine. 4th Division, Meliodas, Ban, Escanor. Special Forces, Enel, Conrad, Finks, Urzi, Rolki. Mink tribe warriors, present due to their Sulong form being critical in combat. Soon, the naval warships arrived, anchoring near the coastline. At the front of the formation, Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, Akainu. Alongside him, Admirals Fujitora, Green Bull, and Kizaru. Behind them stood an entire brain trust, Sengoku, Garp, Suru, and Aokiji. Vice Admirals followed, Gion, Tokike, Dalmatian, Onigumo, and more. It was everything the Navy could throw at one crew. They had no choice. The Dragon Hunter pirates were no ordinary threat. They were a calamity wrapped in a flag. But as Sakazuki stared at the small group on the shore, confusion furrowed his brow. Where were the rest? This crew was supposed to be thousands strong. Now only a few stood here? Had they been abandoned? Or were the others simply elsewhere? A feeling crept into Sakazuki's chest. Dread. I wonder, Ryunosuke spoke first, casually standing with his arms folded, what the Navy's admirals and fleet admiral are doing in my territory. Despite everything, he didn't sound angry, just amused. After all, Garp was here. Some face needed to be given. Captain Ryunosuke, Sakazuki growled, stepping forward. Do you even realize how stupid your decision was? You've made yourself the enemy of the world. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth tugging into a grin. Stupid? Sakazuki, do you even understand why you're so despised? Do you even know what it means to have a partner? His voice was calm, but sharp. His crew had been slaughtered. And now that he sought justice, the world government called it madness. True, if the power imbalance were real, such retaliation would be foolish. But this wasn't just any crew. This was the Dragon Hunter pirates. Sakazuki couldn't take it anymore. He had already been suppressing his irritation, but now, a pirate of all people, dared to say that? Everyone knows the rule. You don't hit someone in the face, and you never bring up their mother. Yet Ryunosuke strolled in, casually tore open Sakazuki's old wounds, and sprinkled salt all over them, metaphorically and emotionally. It made Sakazuki clench his fists. Ryunosuke, I'm trying to talk to you reasonably right now, he growled. But if you're going to act like this, then maybe you should just stay here. Do you think we came here today just to PFF'd? Before he could finish, a dark shadow suddenly darted toward him. Instinctively, Sakazuki swung his fist, and it connected. Right through the man's chest. It was Ban. What? Sakazuki froze in place, stunned by the sight of his arm punching clean through a body. Najenda and the others reacted instantly. Weapons were drawn, bloodlust thick in the air. Susano's aura erupted as ethereal magatama spun around his form. I didn't mean to. He ran into me, Sakazuki stammered, visibly panicking. We agreed. We weren't going to start a fight unless absolutely necessary. But the facts were right there in front of everyone. A member of the Dragon Hunter pirates had just died, or appeared to. Was this some twisted suicide ploy to frame him? You're saying you didn't come here to fight? Ryunosuke stepped forward with a sharp grin, his voice like a blade. But your fists tell a different story. In an instant, Tsukuyomi shimmered to life behind him. Ryunosuke drew his blade with his left hand and the newly obtained Billah blade with his right. The dual auras radiating from him swept over the battlefield, making even the most hardened Navy veterans tense. You really thought it'd be that easy to kill me? Bang! Ban shot back up like a ghost, launching a powerful kick that sent Sakazuki flying. The wound that had just gaped open in his chest, gone, completely healed. Even though Ryunosuke had warned them about Ban's immortality, Najenda and the others still found themselves shaken by the reality. Seeing someone get impaled and then just walk it off. It wasn't something even they could easily digest. This was all planned, Sakazuki seethed, rage overtaking confusion. But fine, let's see how many times you can die. With a furious roar, he charged back at Ban. That kick? That hit to the ego? He wasn't letting that slide. None of the others moved to help. For them, it was simple. If they could trade Sakazuki for even one of the dragon hunters, it'd be worth it. And with Ban regenerative ability, Ryunosuke had no reason to worry. This one's mine. A familiar voice echoed from the side. Meliodas stepped forward, his eyes locked onto Garp. Fighting spirit flared from him like wildfire. You look strong, old man, he said with a grin. Let's see how you handle someone who counters everything. Escanor stepped up next, flames rising in tandem with his pride. Sengoku. You're mine. And then, with a loud crackle, lightning burst through the air. Enel landed gracefully, eyes gleaming as he faced Suru. As for the rest of the crew, they could pick their own opponents. Now that the fighting started, Ryunosuke said, raising the dragon hunt order, there's no point in just standing around. He dashed forward like a thunderbolt, his blades gleaming. Tatsumi, go wild. Without a second of hesitation, Tatsumi unleashed the evil spirit lurking within him and joined the battle. Akame was quickly surrounded by Onigumo and Vice Admiral Dalmatian, an appropriate matchup, considering the threat she posed. Her blade could kill with a single cut. But Onigumo, with his multiple arms, could afford to lose one or two if it meant surviving her deadly sword. One misstep could be fatal. And just like that, the battlefield erupted. A full-scale clash exploded across the landscape, each warrior diving into combat with everything they had. Ryunosuke made a beeline toward Admiral Green Bull Katsuya and Admiral Fujitora Isho. The strength of these two was undeniable. Even with Ryunosuke's ferocity, they managed to block his attacks with practiced calm. But Isho quickly noticed something was off. The last intel report on the Dragon Hunter pirates, just a few months old, was already outdated. Ryunosuke was stronger. Much stronger. And they were feeling it. Green Bull Katsuya, in particular, was alarmed. His fruit, the Vitality fruit, was supposed to turn incoming attacks into raw vitality, strengthening him with every blow he received. A perfect tank. A renewable force. But Ryunosuke's strikes didn't just empower him, they hurt. They overwhelmed him. Admiral Isho, Ryunosuke said mid-fight, dodging a vertical slash. You joined the Navy to fight evil, didn't you? You sense evil in me? Or maybe, you think avenging our dead is a crime? He was taunting, but his words carried weight. The Navy's so-called justice often crumbled under scrutiny. Wasn't it just a tool of the world government? Isho paused, then replied calmly. Captain Ryunosuke, I may be blind, but I don't sense much evil in you. Still, we stand on opposite sides. I'll fight you with respect. He raised his staff sword and swept it across the ground. Boom! A meteorite tore through the sky and smashed toward Ryunosuke. The explosion rocked the island. Even Ryunosuke didn't take it head-on, he dodged with a blur of motion. Ha! Then I'll send you one too. Tengai Shinsei. Ryunosuke's Rinnegan flared open. He clapped his hands together, boom. Meteorites, far larger than Isho's, began to rain down from the sky. My god! Someone muttered from the sidelines. The captain's going all out already? Guess that means we can't slack off, someone else chuckled. Captain, can we kill these Navy guys or not? Escanor shouted, halfway through burning down a fortress. Hearing that, Sengoku nearly tripped mid-dodge. He wasn't even fighting seriously yet? No need to kill them, Ryunosuke replied. Just beat them half to death. As he spoke, he raised his palm, universal pull. With a single movement, Green Bull was dragged toward him like a rag doll. And then, the beatdown began. All the fury Ryunosuke had held back, every frustration, every injustice, came out through his fists. The clash had reached a fever pitch. On one front, Admiral Green Bull was restrained. But Admiral Fujitora had no time to capitalize on it. His gaze was locked upward, brows furrowed. A rain of massive meteorites descended from the sky, hurtling toward the warships like divine punishment. If left unchecked, the entire naval fleet would be annihilated. Not just that, it would throw the entire battlefield into chaos. Ha ha ha, Ryunosuke, you little pirate-ess. If you think you can kill me, then go ahead and try. Green Bull laughed maniacally as his body crackled with gathering energy. If you can't, then you're next to die. He grinned viciously, muscles bulging as his power continued to surge. He knew it. Ryunosuke couldn't finish him off in a short time. But once his power reached its peak, he could crush Ryunosuke in one blow. And if he could kill the captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates right here, his status in the Navy would skyrocket. He'd be called a naval hero. Revered, feared. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Conrad faced off against Smoker. The white-cloaked vice admiral had come far over the years, pushing his strength to new heights. From a relentless marine chasing pirates in Logatown, to one of the Navy's rising stars. But in front of Conrad, now fully transformed into his perfect Sulong form, Smoker was struggling just to survive. His logia powers were the only thing saving him, phasing into smoke again and again, barely dodging Conrad's razor-sharp claws and sky-splitting roars. Without that, he'd already be in the dirt. Conrad's speed, power, and hockey mastery were far above Smoker's. This wasn't a duel, it was a hunt, and Smoker was the prey. Boom! A sudden explosion echoed across the sea. Mine had entered the fray. Her target, Vice Admiral Suru, the legendary tactician of the Navy. Enel, the self-proclaimed god, had been struggling against her. Her strange ability could cleanse even lightning, literally washing it away with a touch. Combined with her taijutsu and haki, she was far more dangerous than she looked. Enel had been on the back foot, his speed barely keeping him from being folded like laundry. So Mine took aim. With the mighty Tsukuyomi, her towering humanoid spirit guardian, she unleashed a barrage of attacks like a mobile fortress of destruction. Her romantic turret-style cannon blasts forced even Suru to retreat. The entire battlefield entered a sudden deadlock. But not far from the chaos, on a lonely island just over 1,000 square meters in size. The Blackbeard pirates were watching. "Teach, aren't we a little too close?" Luffy said, his expression tense as he scanned the battlefield in the distance. "Their observation haki might pick us up," he continued. "If they find us, we'll be wiped out." He wasn't wrong. At this level, even the tiniest ripple could draw attention, and death would follow swiftly. Blackbeard, however, remained calm. "We're inside my dark space. As long as no one sweeps this place with strong haki, they won't sense us." He stared into the distance, licking his lips. "But if both the Navy and Dragon Hunters lose, then I, Blackbeard, will become the strongest pirate in the world." His eyes gleamed with ambition. "Ryunosuke definitely has a powerful fruit, if I can get my hands on it." He didn't finish the sentence, he didn't have to. His greed was written all over his face. The meteoric rise of the Dragon Hunter pirates could only mean one thing. Ryunosuke's devil fruit must be a god-tier power. If Blackbeard could obtain it, the world would kneel before him. This era, it wouldn't belong to Luffy or Ryunosuke. It would be the era of Blackbeard. The Navy had gone all in, sending its top dogs. They wouldn't back down easily. So once both sides were bloodied, Blackbeard planned to swoop in, eliminate their strongest fighters, and become untouchable. Even Whitebeard would be powerless, and with the old man's health failing, it was only a matter of time. He could devour everything, the Navy, the Dragon Hunters, even the Whitebeard pirates. "Ha ha ha. The captain's right," said Burgess with a dumb grin, pounding his fist into his palm. "We'll wipe them all out in one move," Lafitte sighed. Arguing with this muscle-headed moron was pointless. But deep down, Lafitte knew, this was dangerous. One misstep, and they'd be ashes caught in the crossfire between gods. Suddenly, Van Augur rushed toward them, his face pale. "Teach, there's a ship approaching, only one person on board, but the moment he looked at me, I felt it, he locked onto me. I've never felt killing intent like that before." His hands trembled. This was the second time Van Augur had felt so helpless. The sniper's confidence, the one thing he'd built his life on, was cracking. How could he aim straight, when his hands wouldn't stop shaking? "One person?" Burgess scoffed. "Hey, if he comes here, we'll just kill him. We're the Blackbeard pirates. He grinned stupidly, already dreaming of glory. As 1st Division captain, he saw himself commanding entire fleets under Blackbeard's rule. "You idiot," Lafitte muttered under his breath, but before anyone could say more, he arrived. A lone figure, boat gliding across the waves like a ghost. He didn't speak, didn't roar, didn't show off his power. He simply approached, with a calmness that terrified the soul. No, it can't be. Go," Blackbeard's voice cracked. He recognized that aura. That power. He tried to activate the dark acupoint, his trump card to escape. But just then, a slash so massive it split the entire island in half. The sheer shockwave disrupted the ability, they were exposed. "You pirates," the man said as he floated past. His tone was quiet, cold. "Are you here to watch?" Blackbeard, sweating bullets, forced a smile. "Yes, Your Excellency. We're just spectators, we have no intention of interfering." Even his voice trembled. The pressure this man emitted was suffocating. "You're not my target," the swordsman said. "Leave, now." Then, without sparing them another glance, he sailed toward the G5 Marine branch. As soon as he vanished from sight, Blackbeard didn't hesitate. He immediately activated the dark acupoint, vanishing with his entire crew. Jiraku Fugetsu. He was alive. Still young. Still terrifying. At the same time, the battle between the Navy and the Dragon Hunter pirates had taken a dramatic turn. Each member of the Dragon Hunters wasn't just powerful, they possessed monstrous recovery and self-healing abilities. It was as if any damage taken was immediately shrugged off. Attacks that should have been game-changers, practically free trials against them. Ryunosuke's meteorite barrage rained down faster than even Admiral Fujitora could clear them. Escanor pushed the pressure even further, completely overpowering Sengoku. In fact, Sengoku privately admitted that had Ryunosuke not ordered Escanor not to kill him, the Golden Giant might have unleashed a level of power capable of annihilating even him. But the one suffering the most was Sakazuki. The fleet admiral was being completely manhandled by Ban. Each strike from Ban carried enough force to feel like his very devil fruit was being knocked out of his body. No, was being knocked out. Sakazuki's magma-based powers were beginning to falter under Ban's relentless blows. For the first time in years, he felt fear, but it was far too late to ask for help. As the Navy's leader, his pride wouldn't allow it. The battlefield clearly tilted in favor of the Dragon Hunters. Suddenly, in the middle of his fight, Ryunosuke paused, gaze shifting toward the distant sea. "All members of the Dragon Hunter pirates, withdraw," he ordered sharply. Without hesitation, his crew disengaged. The Navy, bloodied and weary, didn't bother to chase. It was a rare reprieve, and they needed it. "Huh? Did he sense me?" A lone man on a small boat drifted into view, smiling with unsettling amusement. Soon, the Navy noticed him. "It's him, he's still alive?" "He disappeared for decades. Why is he here?" Even Garp looked confused. Meanwhile, the Dragon Hunters had no idea who this man was. Even Ryunosuke, whose knowledge of the pirate world was unparalleled, came up empty. "Long time no see. Garp-kun, Sengoku-kun, Suru-chan." The man stepped off his boat, a long blade strapped to his back, his tone light and playful. "Kun, Chan." Everyone stared at him, dumbfounded. He looked barely 30. Yet, he called the highest-ranking veterans of the Navy kids, and not one of them refuted it. Who the hell was this guy? "You brats over there." Bang! Before he could finish, Meliodas appeared in a blur, blade drawn, and struck with full force. An attack meant for Garp, now redirected at this unknown man. Boom! Their weapons collided, splitting the sea in all directions. But neither moved. "Not bad," the man said calmly. "But you're not qualified to call us brats," Meliodas replied, magical energy surging wildly as he prepared to strike again. On instinct, both Escanor and Ban prepared to join in. After all, to them, the Dragon Hunter pirates were more than a crew. They were a conviction. "Stand down. Meliodas, don't engage," Ryunosuke said firmly. Both Madara and Escanor withdrew their power immediately. Meliodas flashed back to Ryunosuke's side without complaint. "Smart move," the stranger praised. "Had you not stopped him, your man would have died right here." He casually placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. Name's Jiraku Fugetsu. You could say I was one of the strong ones before the old era faded. A chill ran down Ryunosuke's spine. That name, it sounded familiar. Wait, wasn't the world's strongest swordsman called Dracul Mihawk? Jiraku. Dracul. Could this man be related? Possibly Mihawk's predecessor? Or even his father? What's your goal here? Ryunosuke asked coldly. You shouldn't be getting involved. Garp narrowed his eyes. Your appearance here, it doesn't bode well. Your kind was supposed to stay out of this. Garp, you already know why I'm here, Jiraku said simply. Just help me end this battle. I won't interfere beyond that, but for now, this fight is over. As he spoke, a terrifying aura radiated from his body. Purple gold Haoshoku Haki, Conqueror's Haki, burst from his palm. Even the air seemed to avoid it. The Conqueror's Haki, coated and refined, no excess power leakage, no delay, perfect control. Ryunosuke's expression darkened. This man was not just strong, he was elite. Perhaps even beyond what this era had produced. And it reminded Ryunosuke of something critical. His understanding of the One Piece world had been through the lens of Luffy. Luffy, for all his bravery, saw very little of the true scale of power in the world. There were people, monsters, that existed outside the spotlight. If Ryunosuke wanted to reach the true peak, the four emperors and the world government were only stepping stones. We refuse, Garp said flatly. And you don't get to decide when our battles end. I can, Jiraku replied. And if you insist on continuing, I'll destroy the battlefield itself, and seal all your devil fruit powers. A heavy silence fell. The Navy officers stiffened. The idea of losing their devil fruit abilities, especially in the middle of a war zone, was horrifying. For the dragon hunters, it wasn't as disastrous. Their top fighters, Ryunosuke, Madara, Escanor, weren't reliant on devil fruits at all. But for the Navy, it would be crippling. You seem to forget one thing, Ryunosuke said coldly. He drew his blade, the blue blade, and stabbed it into the ground. An unnatural frost spread out instantly, chilling the air. Even Aokiji, the Ice Admiral himself, flinched from the cold. I'm Ryunosuke, the most dangerous pirate alive, he declared. My crew isn't just an Emperor-class pirate group, we're above it. I don't need your permission to fight. Jiraku smiled faintly. True, I can't stop you. He stepped forward. But, do you want to continue? He swung his blade in a flash. In an instant, Ban, who had been preparing a sneak attack, was cleanly sliced in half and kicked aside like a rag doll. However, in the very next moment, Ban stood up. It was as if nothing had happened. No blood, no injuries. He casually stretched his limbs with a lazy look on his face. Well, that was interesting. Felt like that attack didn't even come from you, he muttered, cracking his neck. Then he turned to Ryunosuke. Captain, I say let Escanor and I go all out. Maybe this time, we can actually kill him. Ban placed a hand behind his neck and tilted his head toward Ryunosuke, seeking approval. That earlier move, it was just a personal test. But if they were going to fight seriously, they needed the captain's call. Ryunosuke hadn't even opened his mouth when, boom. Ban was suddenly split in half by a devastating strike. A massive explosion followed, and his body shattered into fragments midair. A cold voice echoed through the dust. I don't know where your confidence comes from, and I'm not interested in your devil fruits gimmick. If all you can do is regenerate, then you hold no advantage against me. Jiraku's gaze swept across the battlefield, finally landing on Ryunosuke. I'm not here to kill anyone. I just want this meaningless fight to end, he said flatly. So don't waste my time with tricks. He was studying Ryunosuke, curious, even intrigued. How had this man gathered so many monsters under his command? Was it personal charisma? A system? Bribes? Something else entirely? Either way, Jiraku wasn't underestimating him, but he wasn't afraid, either. I didn't come here to go to war with the Navy, Ryunosuke finally said. But now you're pushing me to make a choice I really didn't want to make. He glanced at Garp nearby. Old man, if I defeat him, you'd better tell me who he really is. And if I find that interesting enough, maybe, just maybe, I won't flatten your entire Navy base. Without waiting for an answer, Ryunosuke nodded. In an instant, Meliodas and Escanor appeared in front of Jiraku. Their auras exploded. Escanor shone like the sun incarnate, his magic surging with devastating heat. The sheer pressure from his presence alone cracked the earth beneath him. Beside him, Meliodas raised the sacred weapon Lost Disaster. With one clean strike, he shattered the invisible force field shielding Jiraku. The moment the barrier broke, Jiraku's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Garp, seasoned as he was, looked shaken. That force field had been strong, absurdly strong. Not many in history could have broken it. But here were two freaks, doing it like it was nothing. And it didn't end there. From the ground, Ban rose like a shadow reborn. Just moments ago, he had been lying motionless in a pool of blood. Now, he was smiling. With a flick, Ban's holy staff elongated like a spear and pierced directly into Jiraku's body. A strange, dark energy was drawn out. Huh? Ban muttered, squinting. No heart? What the hell are you made of? He twirled the staff, sniffed the energy, and chuckled darkly. Ban, reformed once again, licked a droplet of the energy curiously. His eyes narrowed, and he turned to Meliodas. No words were exchanged, but Meliodas understood immediately. Power surged through the demon prince's body, and with another swing of Lost Disaster, he aimed to cleave Jiraku in half. But this time, Jiraku reacted. He raised his sword just in time, blocking the strike head-on. Then came Escanor. With the blazing might of his solar magic, now enhanced by the Sunday to Sunday fruit, he unleashed a devastating barrage. The very ocean behind Jiraku evaporated under the heat. A vacuum formed where the water should have been, unable to close in fast enough. The Navy soldiers watching from afar were paralyzed in shock. Had these monsters used such force earlier, none of them would have survived. Now they finally understood what Ryunosuke meant when he told Escanor not to kill the man. As the dust began to settle, everyone's eyes turned toward the epicenter of the explosion. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Well now, that was unexpected. Jiraku emerged, wounded but alive. If I wasn't special, that might have actually killed me. But now, your energies have exceeded what this world can handle. And that means it's time for a purge. His words carried the gravity of judgment, but before he could even finish. Boom! A sniper shot tore through the air and blew off half of Jiraku's torso. It was mine. Her eyes were steely, calm, and locked onto the threat. She had been waiting for this moment. The romantic turret, her deadliest artillery, had just fired at full power. The shot obliterated half of Jiraku's body, and yet, the impossible happened. Everyone saw it. He began regenerating. The body reformed slowly but surely. But no one gasped. No one was surprised anymore. They'd seen this before. With Ryunosuke, with his crew, all of them could come back after death. Some kind of twisted rebirth. But this wasn't just regeneration. It was resilience that scared the hell out of Sengoku and the other high-ranking officers. If one Jiraku was this hard to kill, what if the whole Dragon Hunter pirates were like him? Could they ever be stopped? Do you still want to keep fighting? Ryunosuke asked, stepping forward. My crew may not have the power to kill you just yet, but they can restrict your movement. And I believe. He raised his hand, sum his gear, that killing you isn't impossible. His dragon hunting armor wrapped around his body with a deafening roar of metal and energy. Then, Tsukuyomi no Mikoto descended, transforming into a brilliant energy core that fused into his chest. In his hand, the artifact known as Roar of the Evil Dragon materialized. Ryunosuke's auras surged. Haki exploded from within him, raw, untamed, godlike. His power kept rising, no limit in sight. By the time he reached Meliodas, Escanor, and Ban, even Jiraku's expression had changed. For the first time, he looked uneasy. He could feel it. Ryunosuke had the power to hurt him. Not with brute strength alone, but through Haki. Real, true, conqueror's Haki. Garp and the others had it, sure. But Ryunosuke could wield it with precision and pressure that cut through even immortal bodies. Hey, Jiraku finally chuckled, raising his sword just a little. You're something else, kid. I really wanted to see how far the new generation has come, but if I die now, well, that would be a pain. He sheathed his blade. Come find me at Raftel, Ryunosuke. That's where we'll finish this. And with that, he vanished. A ripple of energy spread through the air, and Joraku was gone, already far out over the distant sea. As Joraku Fugetsu finally retreated, Ryunosuke exhaled slowly and dispelled his combat form. Even with his formidable strength and the essence of life flowing through his body, he knew better than to overextend himself. Every battle at full power came with a price, subtle but dangerous wear on his core. And he wasn't the type to burn himself out for no reason. "Well," he said, cracking his neck, "the troublemaker's gone." He turned around and grinned at Garp. "Now, where were we?" Before Garp could answer, Ryunosuke, still clad in his dragon hunting armor, launched forward with blinding speed. The ground cracked beneath his step as he closed the gap, throwing a fierce punch. Boom! The impact knocked Garp back dozens of meters, crashing through debris and sending a cloud of dust into the air. But the old man didn't stay down long. Before Garp could get back up, however, two powerful oars surged forward. Sengoku and Suru arrived just in time to intervene. They hadn't come just to watch. After all, Ryunosuke had just forced back Joraku Fugetsu, a feat that sent chills down the spine of even the most hardened marine. If Ryunosuke was serious about hurting Garp, the old man might not walk away this time. They followed the trail of destruction to the far side of the G5 base, only to find something completely unexpected. "What the hell?" Sengoku muttered. Instead of a life-and-death brawl, Ryunosuke and Garp were sitting face to face on the shattered ground. Behind them, the ethereal form of Tsukuyomi no Mikoto roared now and then, letting off small shockwaves like a bored dragon stretching its wings. Garp occasionally punched the ground, creating small tremors, maybe from frustration, or maybe just habit. "Come here," Garp called over. "This fight's already over." He let out a heavy sigh, his massive fist pounding the earth in resignation. They had lost. If they'd pulled Ryunosuke into the Navy back when they had the chance, if they'd given him a seat at the table instead of branding him a pirate. Now, he could have been their strongest asset. If that had happened, even the world government wouldn't have dared bark orders at them. Lost, Sengoku clenched his fists. But it was true. Joraku Fugetsu, the monster of the old world, had backed down from Ryunosuke without a real fight. That alone told them all they needed to know. He wasn't just strong, he was terrifying, and if that wasn't enough, Garp dropped another bomb. By the way, Captain Crollo of Ryunosuke's 2nd Division has already surrounded Marineford. What? If Ryunosuke gives the word, Crollo will wipe out the entire headquarters. Don't underestimate him. His power isn't any weaker than Ryunosuke's. The words hit like a cannonball. Suru paled, while Sengoku just stood there, silent. The worst part? It wasn't a bluff. Fortunately, Ryunosuke wasn't a bloodthirsty warlord. He still respected Garp enough not to press the button. "I see," Sengoku muttered. Before he could finish his thought, Ryunosuke suddenly stood and punched the ground beside them. Boom! The earth cracked again, and a pulse of intimidation rolled out. "Come on, former fleet admiral," Ryunosuke said with a smirk. "If we're acting, let's act properly." Sengoku sighed in relief. Deep down, he had feared Ryunosuke would lose patience and attack. He'd seen enough. If Ryunosuke went all out, not even his great Buddha form could guarantee survival. "Captain Ryunosuke, what do you really want?" Suru asked quietly. Her voice was calm, but her eyes held the weight of decades of war. Ryunosuke tilted his head. "What I want," he echoed, "simple. I'm declaring war on the world government." The silence was deafening. "I've already announced it to the world. So don't ask me why I'm doing this. Ask yourselves what the hell you're doing here." Again, he punched the ground. Cracks snaked outward, and a deep rumble echoed through the base. Sengoku was speechless. What were they doing here, really? The dragon hunter pirates didn't pillage or oppress towns like most Yonko crews. They didn't enslave civilians, demand tribute, or carve out territories for tyranny. Hell, most of the people in Ryunosuke's domain lived better lives than those under the world government's protection. Apart from their defiance of the celestial dragons and refusal to kneel, the dragon hunters hadn't even committed any major crimes in recent years. So why were they still the enemy? But that, defying the world government, was reason enough. That was the one sin you couldn't wash away. Sengoku clenched his jaw. He had resigned as fleet admiral partially because of Marineford, but mostly because he was tired of following orders that felt wrong. Now, standing here, he felt that conflict rise again. Ryunosuke, do you understand what will happen if you take on the world government? The response was instant. What does it have to do with you? Ryunosuke's gaze was ice cold. As long as my crew survives, I'll consider that a win. That oppressive pressure returned, pure killing intent, the kind only monsters carried. Justice, please. That was just a word. A banner to rally the weak, created by those strong enough to enforce it? The dragon hunters were strong enough to make their own rules now. Suru started, but stopped. She had no counter-argument. Ryunosuke didn't dress up his actions in false righteousness. He carried his sins openly, embraced them even. He didn't pretend to be good. But he wasn't evil, either. He was real, and that made him impossible to deal with. Ryunosuke stood up slowly. We're heading for Mary Joie's next. I'm sparing you this time, Garp, but listen closely. He turned to them all, his eyes sharp as blades. If the Navy interferes when I attack the celestial dragons. He raised his fist, letting a glowing wave of advanced conquerors hockey coat his arm like a flowing cherry blossom storm. Then I won't hold back at Marijoa. The air trembled. Suru and Sengoku stood still, feeling the gravity of the warning settle in their bones. This wasn't a threat. It was a promise. After the dust of battle settled, Ryunosuke vanished from the battlefield. 3 figures remained behind, standing silently amidst the chaos, the weight of recent events pressing down on them. Garp, what Ryunosuke said, it wasn't just a warning, Suru said solemnly. It was also advice, Sengoku added. Garp shook his head and stood slowly. Let me make myself clear first, he said, brushing dirt from his cape. If you're expecting me to protect those celestial dragon-s bags, forget it. His voice was gruff, unwavering. I'm just a consultant now. I hold no real power. And even if the celestial dragons want to strip me of that title, I couldn't care less. I'm heading back to the East Blue. With that, Garp turned and walked away, his departure as resolute as his words. Sengoku and Suru exchanged glances. Neither spoke, but their expressions conveyed the same emotion, helplessness. Garp's stance had sparked something within them, a reluctant understanding. Protecting the celestial dragons. How could they justify it? If it weren't for the celestial dragons' reckless actions, they would never have provoked the wrath of the dragon hunter pirates. Worse, 2 new and formidable faces had emerged among the crew. Captain Meliodas of the 4th Division, and a man named Ban. One could absorb attacks, store the energy, and release it in devastating counterattacks. The other, practically immortal. Ban had survived not 1 but 2 full-force blows from that man. Just how many secrets did the dragon hunter pirates hold? One thing was certain, the Navy could no longer stop them. Let's go, Sengoku said with a sigh. We're just consultants now. Let Sakazuki deal with this mess. He turned and walked away. Suru followed, her silence saying more than words. Though pride still clung to their seasoned hearts, Garp's refusal had made their choice clear. Still, years in command made it difficult to simply walk away. But denial would change nothing. At the front lines. Stop. Ryunosuke stepped forward, slamming the blue blade into the ground. A wave of icy wind burst outward, chilling the battlefield in an instant. At once, the members of the Dragon Hunter pirates obeyed. They fell back, regrouping behind their captain. Sakazuki, Ryunosuke called, voice calm yet menacing. If you still want to fight, then I'll gladly entertain you. A wicked smirk crept onto his face. Oh, and one more thing. If you don't retreat now, the entire Navy headquarters will go down with you. He stood tall, gaze condescending. Every word was designed to provoke. Overhead, a news crew circled, camera rolling. No matter what Sakazuki chose, it would play in Ryunosuke's favor. If Sakazuki insisted on fighting, he'd be seen as a warmonger, endangering thousands of lives. If he backed down, he'd appear weak. Sakazuki's face turned crimson. He knew he was being played, but couldn't do a damn thing about it. Ryunosuke's presence here meant he had defeated, or at least escaped, the 3 former fleet admiral advisors. There was no more fight left in this battle. Enough, Sakazuki barked. If anyone still wants to fight, they can fight me first. Just then, a powerful voice echoed from the edge of the battlefield. "That won't be necessary." A new group strode in, led by none other than the man with the face fruit, Shanks. HMPH. So even the 4 emperors are joining in now? Sakazuki muttered. Withdraw. Shanks' arrival gave him the perfect excuse. Facing 2 emperor-class pirate crews was suicide. Well, you're right on time, Shanks, Ryunosuke said, smirking. He could guess why the red-haired emperor had come. Not that it mattered. The steady flow of system notifications in his mind told him all he needed. His reputation was skyrocketing. He had no intention of destroying the Navy. This was enough. As the last Navy ships disappeared over the horizon, Ryunosuke plopped down on the ground. "Najenda, break out the good stuff. Make sure Shanks and his crew are treated like honored guests." "On it, Captain," Najenda replied, already organizing the feast. "I brought some, too, Ruwa. Fetch the wine and meat from the ship. Let's throw a proper celebration," Shanks added cheerfully. Soon, only Ryunosuke and Shanks remained at the center of the battlefield. The others dispersed to prepare the banquet. This was how pirates celebrated. Victory meant food, laughter, and overflowing drinks. "Ryunosuke, I need to ask you something." "No." Shanks blinked. "If this is about the world government, save your breath. You can't stop me, Shanks." The red-haired emperor chuckled, scratching his head. "Fair enough. I figured you'd say that." He sat down across from Ryunosuke. "In that case, let me ask something else. Do you know about the secret of the East Blue?" Ryunosuke's smile faded. The secret of the East Blue? It was widely mocked as the weakest of the 4 seas, a pirate retirement home. Rookies from the East Blue were seen as jokes compared to veterans from the Grand Line or New World. But Ryunosuke, a time traveler, had heard whispers of another theory. The East Blue was not just the starting point, it was also the end. A place that held deep, ancient secrets. And then there was the Sea King, the one that had bitten off Shanks' arm. That wasn't just any sea beast. In theory, Shanks, with his haki, could have scared off or even killed most Sea Kings just by standing still. Yet he lost an arm. He had once claimed that he staked his future on the East Blue, with that very arm. The popular interpretation was that it was a symbolic act, a warning to Luffy about the dangers of the sea. But Ryunosuke never bought into that. 1 arm for a lesson? From an emperor? No, something was different about that Sea King. And now, with Shanks asking this question. "Is this about your arm?" Ryunosuke asked quietly. "Or about that unusual Sea King?" Shanks didn't answer immediately, but his eyes told the truth. Ryunosuke was right. Whatever was hidden in the East Blue, Shanks was part of it. Shanks leaned forward slightly, his eyes glinting with curiosity and barely restrained excitement. "Ryunosuke, what exactly do you know?" For years, he'd searched for answers buried beneath the waves of the Grand Line. Mysteries left by the Void Century, the secrets behind the Sea Kings, the true path to Raftel. They'd all eluded him. But something in Ryunosuke's calm demeanor made Shanks believe that, just maybe, he'd finally found someone who could shed light on it all. Ryunosuke took a deep breath, then crossed his arms, choosing his words carefully. "I know a few things. But not all of it," he said, a wry smirk playing on his lips. "Truth is, most of what I know came from the world I once lived in. Another reality where people speculated wildly about the One Piece, the Sea Kings, and Joy Boy." Shanks raised an eyebrow. "Another reality?" Ryunosuke shrugged. "It's complicated. Let's just say, I have a knack for seeing patterns others miss. People talk, rumors spread, and if you listen long enough, you start piecing things together." Shanks raised an eyebrow, half interested, half skeptical. "So you're basing this on hearsay? No solid proof?" Ryunosuke smirked. "Call it intuition. But some of those wild guesses tend to hit closer to the truth than anyone expects. I just don't know which ones, yet." He paused, then narrowed his eyes slightly. "But if you want something more solid, maybe we can trade. You tell me what you've discovered about the Sea Kings, and I'll share what I know." Shanks leaned back, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Fair enough, for old time's sake." He then proceeded to explain everything his crew had gathered over the years. Rare recordings of Sea King migrations, odd electromagnetic pulses from the Calm Belt, and ancient carvings that seemed to depict massive underwater cities. He even shared details of his recent encounter with a sea king that seemed almost sentient. By the time he finished, Ryunosuke was stunned. So much of what he had remembered from his past life matched the data Shanks had collected. Incredible, Ryunosuke muttered. So much of what people speculated might actually be real. Shanks folded his arms. Now it's your turn. Ryunosuke nodded. What I can tell you is more personal. When I was still a child, something happened. I accidentally absorbed a strange energy source. I don't know what it was exactly, but from that moment on, my power began growing exponentially. Strange energy? Like a devil fruit? No, it felt ancient, primal, different from any devil fruit energy I've sensed before. Even back then, I was strong enough to go toe-to-toe with vice admirals like Momoshiki or Chaton. And since going to sea, I've only gotten stronger. Shanks looked both intrigued and troubled. You don't know what it was? Ryunosuke shook his head. If I ever come across it again, I might recognize it, but that's about it. Maybe ask Garp. He seems to know more about the ancient world than he lets on. His knowledge runs deep. Garp, huh? Shanks nodded slowly. That's worth a shot. Oh, and there's one more person you should talk to, Ryunosuke added, his voice turning serious. Go to Shimotsuki village in the East Blue. Find Koshiro. Shanks blinked. Koshiro? The dojo master? Yeah. He's also the father of my crewmate Kuina. Don't let his peaceful demeanor fool you. That man comes from the Shimotsuki family of Wano country. I suspect he knows more about the East Blue than he lets on. Interesting. Ryunosuke's voice dropped a notch. But hear this, Shanks. If you or your crew lay a finger on him, I will not hesitate to wipe the red hair pirates off the map. For a moment, the tension in the air was palpable. Then Shanks burst into laughter. Relax, we're not that kind of crew. Since he's family to your crewmate, we'll treat him with the utmost respect. Ryunosuke smiled faintly. Good, then we understand each other. Shanks gave a carefree wave. All right then, I'll drink to that. They rejoined the feast that had been going strong for hours. Laughter echoed across the deck, and for a while, the burden of secrets and the weight of destiny faded into the background. 3 days later, the red-hair pirates departed, their sails catching the wind as they vanished over the horizon. As the sun dipped below the sea, a shadow loomed over the water. Crollo returned, his phantom troop flag fluttering proudly above his stolen prize. Captain, I brought back 4 Navy warships, big ones too, he shouted, grinning from ear to ear. Loaded with high-grade metal. Honestly, I left behind the useless scrap. Ryunosuke raised an eyebrow. You raided them? Crollo smirked. You said to cause damage, not that I couldn't take a little souvenir. Besides, we're thieves, not tourists. Fair point, Ryunosuke muttered. Unload everything, the Leviathan warship hungry. The crew moved quickly, transferring every chunk of rare metal from the warships to the harbor platform. As the sun set, the massive, sinister form of the Leviathan warship began to shift. It trembled, then pulsed, then it devoured. One by one, the Navy warships were swallowed whole into the hull of the Leviathan warship. Massive gears turned, cables tightened, strange runes glowed along the sides. By dawn, the transformation was complete. Ding, congratulations, host. The Leviathan warship has upgraded. A glowing panel appeared before Ryunosuke. Ship of the Gods, Gainer. Equipment. God-level Pirate Group Glory Halo weapons. Annihilation Cannon, Quantum Shield, Universal Transformer, Autopilot Mode. Ship Spirit. Detected, unnamed, Ryunosuke stared at the panel, mouth slightly agape. The Ship of the Gods. He had devoured countless ships before, pirate ships, marine vessels, even ancient constructs lost to time. But this was a leap. The ship spirit was the most shocking. He knew what it meant. When a ship developed a will of its own, it was more than just a vessel. It was a partner, a symbol of the sea's acknowledgement. The Straw Hats had the Going Merry. The Roger Pirates had the Oro Jackson. Now, he had the Gainer. The system chimed again. Reward. 20,000 reputation points and a special gift pack. Ryunosuke's eyes gleamed. System, name the ship Spirit Gainer. Confirmed. Ship Spirit, Gainer has been named. Now scan the Universal Transformer. Universal Conversion Device. Can convert various energy sources into fuel for the ship of the gods. Recommended high-yield fuels include devil fruits, pure gold, ancient power crystals. Ryunosuke folded his arms and exhaled slowly. Devil fruits? Pure gold? He grinned. Looks like we're going treasure hunting. Over time, Ryunosuke had gathered quite the collection of devil fruits, over 30, according to Crollo. Yet despite the allure of such rare power, most members of the Dragon Hunter Pirates chose to walk a different path. They didn't want to rely on shortcuts. They wanted strength earned through discipline, mastery, and sheer will. The kind Ryunosuke respected. If someone truly needed a reward, Ryunosuke would give it. But simply handing out devil fruits like candy? That felt wrong, too random, too undeserved. So, for now, the stockpile of devil fruits would remain untouched. As far as raw materials went, they had enough. The next item on Ryunosuke's mind was something even rarer, pure gold, or anything with a similar energy signature. Pure gold wasn't just valuable, it was powerful. Its energy was so intense it could even manipulate the flow of time around it. But naturally, something that powerful wasn't easy to come by. Only a handful of individuals or organizations were known to possess it. First, there was Heracles, real name Rolando, now a member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. When they met, he had a chunk of semi-refined pure gold. Not the real deal, but close enough. Then came Olga and her father, Dr. Miskina Asii. Unlike Heracles, Miskina had managed to fully purify the gold, making it genuinely potent. There was also the lanternfish, a massive island-swallowing sea cane. The glowing orb hanging from its head, packed full of pure gold. Dangerous but promising. And of course, the world government. No one knew exactly what they used pure gold for, but it was clear they understood its potential. They not only wanted it, they already had it. It was no coincidence that the CP organization captured Olga right after she let slip details about pure gold's existence. Lastly, Ryunosuke thought of the man known as the Golden Emperor, Guild Tessero. With his gold fruit, Tessero could produce endless quantities of the precious metal. While not pure gold by default, with enough raw gold in hand, Ryunosuke believed it could be transformed. All those leads would be worth pursuing, but that was for later. Right now, Ryunosuke had one goal in mind, finding the Valley of the Gods. Once he claimed the treasures left behind by the Rock's pirates, he would finally be ready to challenge the world government head-on. No more waiting. "Captain, are we setting sail?" Najenda approached, her voice low but firm. She had waited half an hour beside him without speaking, sensing he was lost in thought. Ryunosuke nodded. "Yeah, if everyone's ready, let's move." With that, the Dragon Hunter pirates departed. As for the G5 Marine branch, it had been emptied of civilians. While it made for a decent port, Ryunosuke wasn't interested in managing it personally. He left that responsibility to the officials of Wallowell's Island, a simple delegation of power. Ever since Ryunosuke declared war on the world government, his reputation had grown monstrous. His enemies called the Dragon Hunter pirates insane, reckless, dangerous, and none dared provoke them. Not anymore. That suited Ryunosuke just fine. Let them call his crew crazy. They couldn't think of anything better anyway. At the same time the Dragon Hunter pirates set sail, Kaido arrived in Dressrosa. There, he met Doflamingo, ruler of the island and, now, officially under the banner of the Dragon Hunter pirates. Despite his own might and pride, Kaido tread carefully. Even he didn't want to provoke Ryunosuke just yet. Still, he was skeptical. Challenging the world government wasn't some minor gamble. It was suicide, in Kaido's eyes. He'd seen more of the world's true power than most pirates ever would. If taking down the world government were that easy, someone would have done it already. Take Fisher Tiger, for instance. That fishman prodigy had infiltrated Marihoa itself and freed countless slaves. And yet, he died shortly after. Wounds from that mission never fully healed. A once-in-a-generation warrior, gone like smoke in the wind. No, Kaido didn't believe Ryunosuke could pull it off, not alone. That's why he came, to speak with Doflamingo. Dressrosa had been declared Dragon Hunter territory. But Kaido still had an interest here. His artificial zone devil fruit trade depended heavily on Doflamingo's underground empire. If the dragon hunter pirates failed, and Kaido believed they would, he wanted Doflamingo back in his camp. "Captain Kaido, what brings the Beast King to my Dressrosa?" Doflamingo descended into the underground hall, his flamboyant coat trailing behind him like a banner of pride. Kaido sat at a wide stone table, drinking. His massive frame filled the room with tension. Doflamingo had dealt with beasts before, but Kaido was something else entirely. Kaido set down his cup. "Doflamingo, if the dragon hunters fall in their war with the world government, come back, join the beast pirates." He didn't sugarcoat it, no politics, just raw intent. Doflamingo tilted his head slightly, a wry smirk forming. He hadn't expected that. "Kaido, inviting someone? Since when?" But Doflamingo didn't need to think twice. "I refuse." Kaido's brow twitched. "What? If the dragon hunter pirates fall, then so does my Don Quixote family. We live and die together." "You're serious? Dead serious? I appreciate the offer, Governor General, but I'm not a two-faced rat." To Kaido, this was lunacy. "You been brainwashed or something?" Doflamingo laughed, mocking, but cool. "No, I just know a real king when I see one." Just then, the dragon hunting order in Doflamingo's coat buzzed. A voice echoed from the device, calm, commanding. "Tell Kaido this. We're heading to the Valley of the Gods. If he's interested, he can come. I'll be waiting." It was Ryunosuke. Direct, unshaken. Doflamingo relayed the message. "Our captain has invited you personally, Kaido. Valley of the Gods. If you've got something to say it to him yourself." There was no fear in his tone. In fact, his presence seemed to radiate new strength. Kaido narrowed his eyes. This wasn't the same Doflamingo he'd known. Something had changed. Doflamingo's aura had become sharper, heavier, stronger. During his time under Ryunosuke, his power had grown exponentially. Not just his devil fruit mastery, but his base attributes, too. His observation and armament haki had both reached new levels. It was as if Doflamingo had been reborn. Kaido stood in stunned silence after hearing Doflamingo speak. He hadn't seen the man use a Den Mushi. There were no signs of haki, no aura flaring, no whisper of communication. So how did he know Ryunosuke's message? Either Ryunosuke had predicted this meeting and given Doflamingo exact instructions, or Doflamingo had some unfathomable way of relaying his captain's intent. Either possibility was terrifying. "Fine," Kaido grunted, folding his arms. "Let's do this deal as usual. Give me all the artificial devil fruits you have. I'll pay in full, metal and weapons." Doflamingo's grin widened. "If it's a deal, I can authorize it myself," he said, lounging lazily in his seat. "But our captain has a new policy. No special treatment, no matter who you are." He lifted a hand, shrugging. "That said, since you're an old customer, Captain Kaido, I'll make an exception. 10% off. But that's the best you'll get. If you've got a problem with it, talk to my boss, Ryunosuke." He slid a new price list across the table. The updated policy reflected Ryunosuke's approach. No forced labor for the dwarves, only voluntary craftsmanship. Production had slowed, but quality had soared. The price hike reflected that shift. Kaido scanned the list, his brow furrowing deeper with every line. "Fine," he muttered. "I'll send Queen to handle the details. Just have the stock ready." But he wasn't finished yet. "Doflamingo, you really won't reconsider? This price is steep." Kaido's voice carried more edge now, the thin veil of civility peeling back. Cutting off this supply line would be dangerous. Doflamingo had spent years building his empire in the underworld. Replacing him would be next to impossible. "No," Doflamingo replied bluntly, already gesturing toward the door. "Please, see yourself out." Kaido's fists clenched, but he said nothing more. This wasn't the time to start a war. Ryunosuke had already declared open conflict with the world government. And despite the Navy sending Buster Call-class warships to annihilate him, the Dragon Hunter pirates had flipped the board and sent those ships to the bottom of the sea. No best to back down. For now. As Kaido stormed off, Doflamingo activated a Den Mushi with a flick of his fingers. "Captain, Kaido's gone," he reported, and clearly rattled by your little message. He'll come to me soon enough, Ryunosuke replied calmly. As the research finished, Doflamingo grimaced. That Caesar clown is still working on it. Even with outside help, he's hitting walls. He says if he had access to bloodline factor research, he could crack it all. I see, Ryunosuke said. Handle it, he paused. And remind your people, we're not just some scattered crew anymore. If we're climbing to the top of the world, we need to look the part. Discipline, order, purpose. The line went dead. Doflamingo pushed up his sunglasses and chuckled. Discipline, huh, yeah, we've got strength, but we're still a mess. With a smirk, his body unraveled into shimmering threads. Just a clone all along. Back in Dressrosa, the real Doflamingo stood atop his palace, surveying his empire. It was time for a full overhaul. Meanwhile, across the sea, a strange fog rolled in. Thick, choking, unnatural. It swallowed the sun and turned the horizon to shadow. From within that fog, a massive three-masted brig emerged, its silhouette ghastly against the gray. Aboard the deck, kneeling, was Gecko Moria, once a warlord, once feared. Now, reduced to this. Sir, he began, voice low. Regarding the dragon hunters. You did what you had to, came the voice from the mist, cold, measured, powerful. It was all within expectations. As for your removal from the warlords, don't be concerned. I'll provide you a body. All I need from you is a shadow. Moria nodded stiffly. And stay away from the dragon hunter pirates, the voice continued. I haven't finished analyzing their capabilities. They have unfamiliar monsters among them. I understand, Moria said. Should I regroup my subordinates? Only Perona, came the reply. The others are expendable, but she's important. Protect her. The fog swirled and vanished. Moria slumped to the deck, sweat pouring down his brow. Perona, she's with Mahawk. No one's touching her there. He exhaled. Time to gather shadows again. The brig creaked forward, slipping back into the mist, onward, toward the unknown. A week later. Aboard the Dragon Hunter Pirates flagship, the ship of the gods. Captain, I have an update from Yahiko of the 3rd Division, Najenda reported, stepping forward with a scroll in hand. They're in position. We've entered the East Blue, just as you planned. They're currently stationed in the Kingdom of Akazlan. Do you have any new instructions? Ryunosuke looked up, his mind still occupied with the deeper affairs of the East Blue. Tell Yahiko and the others not to make any moves yet. Let them proceed with their usual training routines. Understood, Nahenda replied, giving a nod before leaving to handle the ship's many affairs. The Dragon Hunter pirates' influence had grown significantly, from the East Blue to the New World. Their territory now spanned far and wide. Were it not for the world government's oppressive oversight, Ryunosuke might have already reshaped several key strongholds. As for Najenda, the expansion meant a mountain of administrative work. Thankfully, Hawkins had brought in a team of capable assistants to manage operations across the territories. Captain, did you call for me? Kuina approached, her tone laced with curiosity. Ryunosuke rarely summoned individuals without reason, especially with the current focus on opposing the world government and investigating the mysteries surrounding the so-called Valley of the Gods. Kuina, Ryunosuke said, his voice calm but firm, how much do you know about the East Blue? The moment she heard the question, Kuina's demeanor shifted. A subtle but clear change in her aura, tense, guarded. A little, she admitted. Mainly about the material called shiraishi, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. Her gaze lowered slightly, her fingers subconsciously brushing against a pendant around her neck. All I know is that it was used in crafting the swords Enma and Aim no Habakiri, and it has the power to harm even Kaido. She paused before adding, even with his monstrous regeneration, the wounds left by Lord Kazuki Oden, inflicted with a blade forged from shiraishi, never fully healed. Ryunosuke furrowed his brow and drew his own sword. Aim no Habakiri. Not the One Piece version known as Aim no Habakiri, but the mythological Aim no Habebizuan, a blade with deep spiritual origins. He knew now, Kuina had touched on something vital. This white stone, shiraishi, wasn't just a rare forging material. It was something far more profound. If it could wound Kaido, a man enhanced by the mythical zone, then this wasn't mere ore. Are you planning to recreate such a weapon? Kuina asked softly. Is that why you brought me here? You have a piece, don't you? Ryunosuke asked. Let me see it. Without hesitation, Kuina unclasped the pendant from her neck and placed it gently in his palm. It was warm, carrying her body heat and a faint, floral scent. Ryunosuke stared at the stone embedded in the pendant. This is shiriishi? The moment he touched it, a powerful energy pulsed through his arm. It wasn't overwhelming in size, but the intensity, it was enough to send chills down his spine. Then, Infinity Stone? A surprised voice broke the silence. Ryunosuke turned. Enel? The Thunder God stepped forward, eyes locked onto the pendant. Yeah, that's definitely one of them. The Infinity White Stone. You've seen one before? I've used the Infinity Blue Stone, Enel explained, tapping the side of his head. It enhanced my mantra, the Heart Network. Ever since then, developing my observation haki became ridiculously easy. Practicing even a little pushed me to new heights. He stared at Kuina's pendant again. White corresponds to annihilation, or maybe destruction. That lined up. Kuina's swordsmanship had changed drastically since she'd returned. Her strikes carried a strange, almost decaying power, one that seemed to eat away at energy itself. So this was the source? Ryunosuke turned the pendant over in his hand. So these stones, there's more than one kind? Yeah, Enel nodded. At least two that I know of, white and blue. How do you use them? Ryunosuke asked, his eyes narrowing. Depends on the stone, Enel said. The white one, like Kuina's, you embed it into a weapon or wear it as an accessory. It grants the wielder powers aligned with destruction or decay. And the blue one? That one's more internal. If you come across it, absorb it, it'll settle inside your body and boost your spiritual network permanently. With a casual flick, Enel raised his hand. A glowing blue gem hovered above his palm, radiating a tranquil yet potent energy. This, he said proudly, is the Infinity Blue Stone. Just gazing at it filled Ryunosuke with clarity. Questions he hadn't even voiced suddenly had answers. The implications were staggering. If he could find more of these stones, he could forge an army beyond imagination. And the world government, ruling the world for centuries, there was no doubt in his mind that they had their own supply. His head ached. So this battle really won't be easy, he muttered. Enel, Ryunosuke said, straightening, how far can someone go with a stone like this? Enel scratched his head. I'm not really the one developing them. It's more like the stone's awakened potential, very specific potential, in people. He closed his palm, and the blue gem vanished into thin air. But prolonged external use drains you, he added. I see, Ryunosuke's gaze hardened. Then I need you to do something. Write down everything you know about the Infinity Stones. Got it. Enel pulled out a notebook and began scribbling at once. A few minutes later, he handed it over. At the top of the page, Ryunosuke read aloud. Eternal clock? What's that supposed to mean? You mean the eternal bell, Enel corrected. It's not the same as the golden bell from Sky Island. Then what is it? It's a legend from the infinite continent. I've never been there, so I don't know the full details. But I've got a rubbing of it. Though it's incomplete. It mentions the Infinity Stones, and how the eternal bell is connected to them somehow. Ryunosuke stared at the don't, his mind racing. The mysteries of the East Blue. The secret materials. The weapons that could harm gods. And now, the Infinity Stones. Only 3 things were recorded on the ancient stone tablet. One was the Infinite White Stone. Another was the Infinite Blue Stone. The third was incomplete, its markings too faded to read clearly. Despite the limited information, the tablet provided some clues about the functions of these so-called Infinity Stones. However, their origins remained a mystery. Being just a fragment, the details were sparse. To make things more difficult, Ryunosuke and Enel weren't exactly fluent in this ancient script. The text they read had been translated by someone else, meaning it might not match the original entirely. Even so, from what they could understand, the stones were immensely powerful. The infinite blue stone that Enel possessed could supposedly create endless prodigies. Meanwhile, the white stone had terrifying offensive capabilities and could drastically boost someone's strength in a short period of time. Enel, you know the route to the infinite continent, right? Ryunosuke asked directly. I do, Enel nodded. My ship, the Ark Maxim, was devoured by the ship of the gods. He looked frustrated. Without the Ark, traveling to the infinite continent would require building another one from scratch. Knowing the route is enough for now, Ryunosuke replied calmly. Don't worry about the ship just yet. He paused, then added, do you still have the original rubbing of the inscription? Just earlier, Enel had only shown the translated version. If Ryunosuke could get the actual rubbing, someone with the voice of all things, or perhaps Ryunosuke himself if he awakened the ability, might be able to extract more information from it. The rubbing's still on Skypia, Enel admitted. I didn't bring it when I came down, but I can retrieve it whenever we need it. Ryunosuke gave him a satisfied nod. Good, for now, go handle your own matters. Without another word, Enel turned and left. To Ryunosuke's surprise, the most shocked person wasn't Enel, it was Kuina. So many researchers had studied these stones without ever figuring out what the white stone truly was. Yet here she was, hearing the answer almost by accident. Fate really did have a strange sense of humor. If I could pass this information on to my father, Kuina muttered to herself. Then, gathering her courage, she spoke up. Captain, I want to tell my father about this. She was thinking of Koshiro, her father and mentor. If his group could get this information, they could avoid countless dead ends, and focus directly on their goal. There were now 3 confirmed Infinity Stones, the blue, the white, and the incomplete third. Although they didn't know what the last one looked like, chances were, it too would take the form of a stone. If they could locate the third, it could change everything. I don't object, Ryunosuke replied. You're my crewmate. That makes your family part of our extended family, too. His expression turned serious. But, Kuina, you have to consider carefully. Can Koshiro and his people truly handle this information? Kuina fell silent. He was right. While this knowledge could save them time, it could also paint a massive target on Koshiro's back. If word leaked, people would swarm Shimotsuki village, some of them willing to kill for a chance at an Infinity Stone. And right now, the Dragon Hunter pirates were spread thin. They had 2 months left before declaring war on the world government. Protecting the East Blue wasn't feasible. Revealing this information could be a huge risk. I understand, Captain, Kuina whispered. Then, a bit awkwardly, she added, can I have my white stone back? She glanced at the stone in Ryunosuke's hand, her cheeks blushing faintly. Oh, sorry, here, Ryunosuke said, handing it over casually, completely missing her expression. Kuina didn't hesitate. She looped the white stone's chain around her neck, unbuttoned the top of her shirt slightly, and tucked it between her soft curves. This time, Ryunosuke did notice. Kuina, now fully red in the face, turned and bolted from the room. Was she trying to seduce me just now? Ryunosuke muttered, scratching his nose with a bewildered look. But this wasn't the time for distractions. The challenges the Dragon Hunter pirates were about to face made everything before look like child's play. He shoved the thought aside. Brother Ryunosuke, it's time for training, Akame called out as she approached. Right. Let's go. Together, they stepped onto the deck where the rest of the crew was already in motion. A sparring session immediately kicked off. While these practice sessions weren't massive power boosters, they helped the crew refine their control and combat instincts. Ryunosuke's lieutenants improved every time someone in the crew leveled up or a powerful new member joined. It wasn't just about strength, it was about control. Better to fully master a strength level of 5 and push it to a 6 than to have the raw power of 10 but only use 5 effectively. 2 days later, New World waters. A lavish merchant ship sailed across remote waters, weighed down by valuable cargo and noble passengers. Because of the Dragon Hunter pirates' growing notoriety, many merchants had altered their sea routes to avoid them. The tales were terrifying. Entire fleets robbed, ships sunk, nobles eaten. There were no known survivors of a Dragon Hunter raid. It'll take another 2 days to reach the kingdom, muttered one guard, scanning the horizon with practiced eyes. When I get back, I'm taking half a year off. The seas become too damn scary. His companion laughed. Finna's agreed to marry me. Once we're home, I'm getting a stable job in the capital. No more risking my life out here. Though seafaring paid well, the danger was ever present. Most people only took the risk when they had no other options. "You lucky bastard," the first man chuckled. The two continued chatting and joking. Out at sea, boredom was common, but it was the kind of boredom they prayed for. Some even said it was a blessing from the sea god himself. And if they could make it to their destination in peaceful monotony? They'd thank the gods for that kind of boring any day. Just as the two guards were chatting by the deck rail, a woman with a graceful figure approached them. "Hey, my handsome guard brothers," she said with a teasing smile, "we're headed to the kingdom of Alalochi next, right?" The guards straightened up instinctively, responding almost in unison. "Yes, ma'am." The woman, Nojiko, tilted her head playfully. "And here I thought I was the only one who didn't know where we were going." "We should arrive in about 2 days," one of the guards explained earnestly. "If there's anything you need, just let us know. We'll take care of it." It wasn't just professional courtesy. Guards were still men, after all. And on a merchant ship like this, a beauty like Nakigo who spoke kindly and occasionally flirted was enough to brighten their monotonous days at sea. Even if they knew nothing would come of it, her presence alone made their journey feel a little more enjoyable. Not all the guards, however, let their hearts wander. One of them, older and more grounded, kept his thoughts focused. He was already engaged and deeply loved his partner. 2 days, huh? Nijiko repeated, then glanced toward the sea. "You just mentioned the dragon hunter pirates earlier. If I remember right, they were last spotted near the Navy's G5 branch, weren't they?" The mood changed immediately. The guards' faces stiffened, unease creeping in like a shadow. "That's true," one of them admitted. "They were reported near G5. But the route we're on should be safe. It leads directly to Alalochi and is rarely targeted by pirates." Nojiko nodded thoughtfully, placing a finger on her chin as if deep in thought. "I see, well, thank you." She smiled and walked away. This particular merchant ship belonged to nobles from the kingdom of Alalochi, transporting valuable goods that warranted their personal escort. 16 guards were on board, along with 45 experienced sailors. As for Nijiko, she had boarded the ship by chance. One of the nobles, clearly captivated by her beauty, had invited her aboard. To her credit, he had been respectful so far, putting on his best aristocratic charm and manners. Still, it was clear that once they reached Alalochi, and if Nijiko hadn't shown any romantic interest by then, the noble's patience might run out. With only 2 days remaining, Nijiko was on edge. If nothing disrupted their voyage before reaching the kingdom, she might be forced to act. Alalochi itself wasn't particularly powerful. It wasn't affiliated with the world government nor considered an ally. But its royal army was strong enough to defend the nation. And with no valuable natural resources, the kingdom had managed to live in peace for decades, largely ignored by both pirates and the world government alike. This peaceful reputation, however, only made Nijiko more anxious. If this noble had been some crude brute with the typical arrogance of spoiled aristocrats, she'd have no trouble dealing with him. But he wasn't. And that made things complicated. For a moment, Nijiko didn't know what to do. But one thing was clear, she would never submit to this noble. She still had far too much to do. And if Nami ever heard that she'd become some nobleman's woman just like that, she'd never hear the end of it. Nami would laugh her ass off. "Look out! A large pirate ship ahead." The sudden cry from the crow's nest snapped everyone to attention. "I can't make out the flag yet, but it's definitely not a small time crew." "Where's the negotiator?" a crewman shouted. "Quick, if we can resolve this with gold, do it. We can't afford a fight." Chaos erupted on the deck as the lookout's voice grew more urgent. Nijiko's eyes lit up slightly. Pirates. Finally. Maybe this is the opportunity I need. She didn't know who was approaching yet, but she was confident in her abilities. She could handle herself. But the next cry from the lookout froze the blood in her veins. "It's the dragon hunter pirates." A suffocating silence fell over the ship. Then came the cries of despair. "The dragon hunter pirates? We're doomed. No, I haven't even said goodbye to my family. I can't die here, not like this, not as food for monsters." The deck dissolved into panic. Guards dropped their weapons. Some collapsed where they stood. Others fell to their knees, muttering prayers or whispering apologies to loved ones. Rumors about the dragon hunter pirates painted them as monsters, demons in human skin, villains who had waged war on the world government. A crew of cannibals who feasted on their victims. Even Nijiko, brave as she was, felt her heart skip a beat. She had thought she could handle any pirate crew. But this wasn't just any crew. Come quickly, Nijiko. The noble, Kasla, grabbed her arm and pulled her toward the stern. We have to escape. Now? I heard they like young girls the most. If they catch you. Ah, wait. Nijiko stumbled, barely able to respond before being dragged along. When they reached the stern, they saw the last lifeboat already floating away in the distance. The boatman had abandoned ship. Kasla's face went pale. The final hope of survival had vanished. This is it, he whispered in despair. We're going to die here. He turned to Nojiko, his voice trembling. I know you don't feel the same way about me. But I really do like you. If this is the end, at least I got to spend it with you. I have no regrets. Nijiko stared at him for a long second before nodding slightly, thanks. Then, she stepped back. I'm going to check the situation. Her heart had steadied. Even if this was the Dragon Hunter pirates, so what? She'd sailed with and fought against some of the most dangerous crews in the New World. Rumors were often exaggerated. The media loved to twist the truth. Morgan's news network was notorious for dramatizing events, and the world government wasn't exactly known for telling the full truth either. The stories about cannibalism? They might just be fearmongering. After all, hadn't the Dragon Hunter pirates declared war on the world government just to protect a small group of innocent workers? Would such people really be monsters? There was a chance, however slim, that the rumors were false. If so, this was her chance to prove it. And if they were true, then she'd go down fighting. Meanwhile, aboard the ship of gods. Captain, there's a merchant vessel up ahead, Najenda reported, peering through her spyglass. Looks like it belongs to the kingdom of Alilochi. Probably a noble family's ship. She paused for a moment, narrowing her eyes. From what I can tell, there are barely any combatants on board. Should we engage? Ryunosuke leaned against the railing, his gaze lazily drifting toward the distant sails. The sea breeze ruffled his coat, but his eyes remained calm and calculating. This trade route overlaps with our path to the Valley of the Gods, doesn't it? He muttered. Najenda nodded. Yes, Captain. That's why we crossed paths with them. Ryunosuke gave a slight nod. The kingdom of Aliloki, if I remember right, it's just a small agricultural country, isn't it? Fertile land, but not much else. He turned to Najenda, voice cold yet measured. No need to go all out. Take half their cargo and let them be. Aye, Captain, she said, smiling. I'll send Akame and Kuina. If they go, the merchants might stay calm. If we send Uvijin instead, well, you know how he is, he'd probably blow the whole ship apart for fun. Ryunosuke chuckled, but then his expression changed. Wait, Najenda. He straightened up suddenly, brows furrowing. His observation haki had picked up something, or rather, someone. I'll go myself. You'll go personally? Najenda blinked. It was rare for the captain to make appearances unless absolutely necessary. Ryunosuke didn't answer immediately. He was still focused, scanning the ship. Then, he said it. I saw an old acquaintance. Without another word, Ryunosuke gave the order. Several squad leaders and regular crew members leapt down with him, landing gracefully on the deck of the merchant vessel. The sudden arrival of some of the most feared pirates on the Grand Line instantly threw the entire merchant crew into chaos. Every one of these pirates had bounties in the billions of berries, and they had all just landed at once. It was like using an intercontinental missile to kill a mosquito. The negotiator, barely holding himself together, stepped forward with trembling hands. Esteemed members of the Dragon Hunter pirates, whatever valuables you want, please, take them. We only ask that you spare our lives and allow us to keep some food and water. He looked like he'd aged 10 years in a matter of minutes. Ryunosuke ignored him entirely. His eyes had already locked onto the one person he came here for. Nijiko. His voice rang out confidently. I'm Ryunosuke, captain of the Dragon Hunter pirates. I'm here to officially invite you to join my crew. The entire merchant ship fell silent. Even the Dragon Hunter crew members, save for Najenda, looked confused. Akame and Kuina exchanged glances, their expressions darkening slightly. Why her? Why now? And why the hell did the captain just invite some random woman from a no-name merchant ship? HMPH. The captain's being a flirt again, Kuina thought, arms crossed. First it was the priestess from Skypia, now this, TCH. Of course, Ryunosuke was completely unaware of the storm of suspicion swirling around him. He had a good reason. Really, he did, and the most confused of all was Nojiko herself. She stared at him as if he were some kind of myth brought to life. Ryunosuke, the man labeled by the world government as the most dangerous pirate alive. The man who built the Dragon Hunter pirates from nothing, now one of the most powerful crews on the seas. Allied with titans like Whitebeard and the red-haired pirates. She'd heard the stories. Everyone who followed the news knew of him. But she'd never met him, so why did he know her name? Why me? Nijiko asked, swallowing the shock. Her voice was steady despite the confusion on her face. Because you're a skilled navigator, Ryunosuke said without hesitation, and our crew needs one. He took a step closer, his tone softening. Of course, you're free to refuse. Najenda, standing at the back, nearly dropped her jaw. Navigator? All she's ever shown is a talent for piracy and being trouble. When did anyone care about her actual skill with maps? Nijiko blinked. But how do you even know me? Ryunosuke smiled faintly. Nami spent a few days aboard my ship not long ago. She spoke of a sister, one even more talented than she is when it comes to sailing. Nijiko's eyes widened. She said that, it was hard to believe. Nami rarely gave compliments, especially not about her own skills. But hearing it from Ryunosuke, it made her heart beat just a little faster. The intensity in his eyes was different. It wasn't lust, greed, or pity, it was recognition. He saw her, and for the first time in her life, someone recognized her not just as Nami's sister, but for what she was, a navigator. I'll join, she said, surprising even herself with how quickly the words came. But, she hesitated. Please don't harm this merchant ship. The crew here, they're just civilians. The moment the words left her lips, she realized she might have gone too far. I haven't even joined yet, she thought nervously, and I'm already making demands of the captain. She glanced at the crew, some of whom were clearly annoyed. What if one of them took it the wrong way? Would they turn on her? Would she be punished? Would they even, all right, Ryunosuke said casually, waving a hand. We'll take half of their cargo and leave them with food and water. Nijiko froze. What? Ryunosuke turned toward her, his expression calm but sincere. Welcome to the Dragon Hunter pirates. He then called out, Crollo, gather the valuables, leave the water and food untouched. Yes, Captain, as Crollo and the others moved quickly to fulfill the order, Ryunosuke gave Nijiko one final look. Then, without waiting for her response, he turned and leapt back onto the ship of gods. At that moment, the other crew members vanished from the merchant ship, one after another. Najenda approached Nijiko with a calm smile. Come on, I'll take you aboard, she said. Ordinary people don't just walk onto that ship whenever they feel like it. As her voice fell, a translucent Susanoo materialized behind her. It gently picked up both Najenda and Nijiko, placing them on its massive shoulders before leaping into the sky. Crollo remained behind to wrap things up. They might be pirates, but that didn't mean they would just leave empty-handed out of kindness. You'll treat Nijiko well, right? One of the nobles asked hesitantly, his expression complicated. As long as she's one of us, she'll live well. That's our promise, Maki responded, her tone cold but honest. With that, she and Crollo followed the others, leaving the merchant ship behind. The nobles could only watch as the ship of gods disappeared into the distance. Some things really can't be forced. Only now did the noble finally understand a harsh truth. Power meant nothing without strength. If he'd been stronger, strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with the dragon hunters, perhaps Nijiko wouldn't have been taken. But that was just wishful thinking. He would likely never reach even a fraction of the power their combatants held. Back aboard the ship of gods, Nijiko gazed in awe at the vessel. It was massive and unlike anything she'd ever seen. Sophisticated navigation systems, strange metallic runes embedded into the deck, and instruments that hummed with unknown energy made her feel like Granny Lou stepping into the Grand View Garden. As an experienced navigator, she could tell right away, this was no ordinary ship. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Ryunosuke's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Crewmember Najiko has received an A-rank current evaluation and an sulfur monosulfide rank potential evaluation. Reward: 20,000 reputation points. Reputation mission activated. Inherit the second Joyboy title. Completion reward: 100,000 reputation points and the Heavenly King core. Ryunosuke, who had been planning to speak to Najiko, froze mid-step. A rank evaluation? That was within expectations. After all, Najiko was originally a navigator, not a fighter. But her potential was sulfur monosulfide rank. That meant that, given the right training path, she could become as powerful as Escanor or Ban, both of whom were top-tier crew members with sulfur monosulfide level evaluations. That wasn't just impressive, it was insane. But what truly stunned Ryunosuke wasn't her power level, it was the mission that followed. Inherit the second Joyboy title. Heavenly King core. What did this mean? Was Najiko somehow connected to Joyboy? And not just any Joyboy, the second. It couldn't be a coincidence. He had already obtained the title of Joyboy after gaining Shirahoshi's recognition. Could it be that Najiko was tied to the legend of Uranus, the King of Heaven? That would mean Najiko could play a critical role in gaining the approval of the Heavenly King. But wasn't Uranus supposed to be under the control of the world government? Ryunosuke's mind began spinning with possibilities. Meanwhile, Najenda approached Najiko with a welcoming smile. "Sister Najiko," she said, "let me show you around and introduce the crew. You already know our captain, so no need for an intro there," she added, glancing toward Ryunosuke, who was deep in thought. "I'm Najenda, captain of the 1st Division, Nitrade." She pointed at two figures sparring on the training deck. "Those two over there, that's Akahime, one of my squad members, and Kuina, one of our top combatants." Though their bounties were infamous across the seas, formal introductions still had value. Respect needed to be earned, not assumed. Najiko hesitated before asking, "Big sister Najenda, I heard there's someone in the crew who eats people, is that true?" Najenda blinked. "Eats people?" A beat passed. "Oh. You must be talking about Crollo, our 2nd Division captain." She laughed lightly. "But no, it's a misunderstanding. Crollo doesn't actually eat anyone. He uses a special ability, mind fish. It creates the sensation of being devoured, but it doesn't cause real harm. The enemy is trapped in an illusion of being eaten alive." Najiko breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, so it's a skill." "Exactly," Najenda said. "Creepy, I know, but nothing to worry about." After a moment, she turned serious. "Now, let's talk about your role. As the first official navigator of our pirate crew, these are for you." She handed over a leather case full of eternal poses and record pointers. "These are our next destinations. You'll be in charge of plotting our routes. This one," she said, holding up a pointer that shimmered faintly, "leads to the Valley of the Gods." Najiko's eyes widened instantly. Valley of the Gods, where Rox D. Zebek clashed with Roger and Garp. Najenda nodded. "It's also where the treasure of the Rox pirates is rumored to lie, and perhaps even Pluton's location." She casually handed the eternal pointers over like they were nothing. To Najiko, each one was worth more than a fleet of ships. Any one of them thrown into the sea would cause chaos. But the dragon hunters had several. She stood frozen, overwhelmed. "Najiko? Is something wrong?" Najenda asked quietly. Her gaze turned sharp for a moment. A navigator's reliability determined their place in the crew. If Najiko faltered, Najenda wouldn't hesitate to revoke the trust she'd just given. "Number problem," Najiko snapped to attention. "I'll do my best." Just as she steadied herself, a sudden burst of energy surged from her body. Buzz! A golden light flickered across her skin. Her spirit surged violently, reacting to the ship of gods itself. Power roared into her, and Najenda immediately felt it. "Promotion," she murmured, narrowing her eyes. "Is this the captain's doing?" She glanced at Ryunosuke, who was still deep in thought, unaware of the power radiating from Najiko. Could it be the ship itself reacting to her potential? Whatever the cause, Najenda quickly took charge. "Najiko, step away and begin consolidating that power. After that, we'll begin combat training. You need to learn to channel that energy." What weapons do you specialize in? Honestly, Nijiko said with an awkward smile. Nothing, really. I mostly rely on physical attacks, some basic knife and gun handling, but that's it. No big deal, Najendo replied coolly. She reached into her weapons rack and pulled out a long, polished blade. Here, take this. She waved over Akame, who quickly jogged to their side. Teach her basic swordsmanship. Kuina, you help too. Kuina smirked and nodded, clearly interested in this new potential rival. At that moment, Ryunosuke was snapped out of his thoughts by a sudden pulse of unfamiliar energy. It seemed Nijiko's arrival wasn't just symbolic, it carried real weight. Even if the force wasn't threatening, it left a noticeable impression on him. He glanced toward the training area of the ship where Kuina and Akame were sparring with Nijiko, guiding her in swordsmanship. He had to admit, the atmosphere on the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship was lively and warm. Captain, Najenda's voice pulled him from his observations. She approached, holding a small notebook as usual. Why did you choose someone like her to be our navigator? Just like always, she was direct and curious. She hadn't fully grasped Ryunosuke's decision and was determined to learn from it. Ryunosuke smiled. Because she's talented. Maybe not on Nami's level when it comes to chart making, but she's got a natural gift for sailing. Her instinct for weather changes is uncanny. That alone makes her a solid navigator for our crew. He turned back toward the deck, watching the crew go about their business. We'll deal with bigger matters, like the title of Joy Boy, later, he added inwardly. For now, let's focus on the ship. The next day, Nijiko had fully stabilized the surging energy within her. While she still couldn't harness it completely, the fact that she could suppress it was already a promising sign. Ryunosuke walked over to the helm where Uvajin was lazily spinning the wheel out of boredom. Since Uvajin had too much energy and too few places to spend it, Ryunosuke had given him the role of helmsman just to keep him from blowing holes in the deck. Uvajin, from now on, follow Nijiko's directions while we're at sea, Ryunosuke ordered with a grin. She's the navigator. If she needs something, help her out. You got it, Captain, Uvajin replied enthusiastically, although his tone was as carefree as ever. He was a beast in battle, a human cannonball, really, but on the ship, he was like an overgrown puppy. Ryunosuke turned to Nijiko, who still seemed a little reserved. And you, Nijiko? Don't hesitate to speak up. Everyone on this ship is a partner. There are no cliques here. We run on trust and teamwork. Yes, Captain. I understand, Nijiko replied, bowing her head slightly. In just one day aboard the Dragon Hunter pirate's ship, her impression had completely changed. Ryunosuke, despite being the captain, carried himself like an older brother more than a superior. Yet everyone respected him deeply. The team leaders and regular crew got along like old friends, and even the so-called miscellaneous squad felt like family. But she'd also heard some truths from Akame. During missions and battles, it was a different story. The crews were competitive. Fiercely so. Everyone wanted to prove themselves, to rise higher, and contribute more to the Dragon Hunter name. Still, it was strange. Was this really the infamous Dragon Hunter pirates? They felt more like a traveling family than a cutthroat crew. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sea remained calm, just as before. At the bow of the ship, Ryunosuke and several division leaders were fishing, enjoying the brief downtime. Suddenly, Uvajin. Hard left rudder. Now, Nijiko's voice cut through the peaceful air like a blade. Startled, Uvajin blinked at the blue sky and the mirror-like sea. There wasn't a cloud in sight. No wind, no shift in tide. It was perfect weather. Are you sure? He asked, hesitating. It doesn't look like. Do as I say, or it'll be too late, Nijiko snapped, already climbing toward the observation deck. She reached the highest point and spread her arms, eyes closed, sensing the flow of the wind and air. Yes, it was coming. That thing, Sartre, was almost here. If they didn't change course immediately, they'd all regret it. Back on deck, Ryunosuke heard the commotion and stood up, reeling in his line. What's going on, Nijiko? He called up. Sartre is coming, she shouted. Sartre? Ryunosuke echoed, raising an eyebrow. The hell is that? But seeing the serious look on her face, he didn't joke further. If she was that rattled, then it wasn't something to take lightly. "Uvajin, change course, right now," he ordered. The crew sprang into action, shifting the ship's path just as Najiko had directed. Whatever Sartre was, it wasn't visible, but Ryunosuke's instincts told him they were avoiding something big. He moved to the bow of the ship and found Enel yawning next to Ban. "Captain, is the ship moving too fast? Why aren't we catching anything?" Enel asked lazily. "The ship's fine," Ban said, stretching. "You're just blaming gravity because you can't poop." Ryunosuke smirked. "Enough fooling around. Something's coming." His voice dropped, serious. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Immediately, the joking stopped. Enel and Ban straightened up, their eyes lighting up. "A fight?" Ban cracked his knuckles. "Finally. About time," Enel muttered, grinning. They'd encountered a pirate ship the day before, but it had been eaten whole by Krollo's mined fish. No action. No excitement, but now, something real was approaching. "Captain," Najiko called again. "If we don't speed up, Sartre will catch up. Its range is massive." "Sartre?" Enel asked again, narrowing his eyes. "I still don't see any enemies. Even my observation hockey picks up nothing." Ryunosuke frowned. "Same here. Even my Rinnegan sees no threats." So how did Najiko sense this? She wasn't a lookout, and even Conrad, one of the mink tribe with telescopic vision, had seen nothing. But she was absolutely certain. "Speed isn't necessary right now," Ryunosuke finally said. "Just tell me which area needs protection." Najiko pointed to the right of the ship. "That's where Sartre will strike. In 3 minutes. If we don't do something, the ship could be destroyed." Ryunosuke nodded. "All right." The moment she finished speaking, the sky darkened. The serene ocean transformed into a brewing storm. And then it hit them. Pressure. A heavy, suffocating atmosphere settled over the entire ship. This was Sartre. Not a creature, not a ship. A storm. A living, conscious climate phenomenon. As the sky darkened and thunder echoed in the distance, Ryunosuke immediately understood what Najiko had been worried about. "Everyone to the starboard side, now," he commanded. The crew responded without hesitation, instincts kicking in as the ocean around them churned with a wild, natural fury. In these waters, it wasn't just pirates or monsters that posed a threat. The most terrifying enemy of all was nature itself. "I'll handle it," Escanor said calmly as he stepped forward, sunlight flaring around him. Golden armor materialized across his body like divine judgment descending from the heavens. In his hand appeared his sacred weapon, Fall of Heaven. With a burst of radiant energy, he leapt skyward and slashed. A deafening roar split the heavens as his blade carved through the dense black clouds overhead. The sheer force of the attack tore the sky apart, allowing sunlight to pierce through the gloom. But along with that golden light, came rain, not just any rain. Each droplet was colossal, larger than entire ships. One droplet alone dwarfed the ship of gods. Ryunosuke stared in disbelief. This can't be called rain anymore, it's a downpour of destruction. Escanor's slash had unintentionally accelerated the release of these titanic raindrops. The entire ship of gods was now within their deadly descent path. "Everyone, move! Get ready!" Ryunosuke shouted. "The force of these raindrops, they're like meteorites," Krollo muttered, eyes wide. Ryunosuke didn't hesitate. Wings unfurled from his back in a burst of wind and flame, and he soared into the air with his twin blades drawn. Any raindrop that came within his range was instantly sliced into harmless mist. But there were too many, far too many. Even for him, it wasn't enough. Some drops slipped past him and slammed into the sea, sending waves crashing in all directions. The impact was catastrophic. Ryunosuke's expression hardened. If even one of those hits the deck, it could flatten us. He wasn't wrong. While he and the stronger crewmates could resist the pressure, the sheer volume of the rain was overwhelming. Even fragments of these drops could crush weaker crew members. In the distance, shattered remains of pirate ships floated by, a grim reminder of what would happen if they failed. Krollo and the others jumped into action, forming a defensive perimeter and shielding the ship with everything they had. Meanwhile, Uvajin stood frozen for a moment, guilt gnawing at his gut. If only he'd listened to Najiko earlier and moved the ship out of the danger zone. Tightening his fists, he shook off his frustration. I'm not going to sit here uselessly. Uvajin unleashed his enhanced telepathic ability, wrapping it around the rudder and key control systems of the ship. With a roar, he poured his strongest mental energy into moving the vessel out of the storm's kill zone. Under his guidance, the ship of gods began to veer off course, away from the heart of the storm. 30 exhausting minutes passed before they finally escaped the death zone. Ryunosuke looked back at the dissipating storm, sweat beading down his brow. So that's a Sartre rainstorm. That was more thrilling than any battle I've had recently. But it wasn't against an enemy, he added with a smirk, it was a battle against the world itself. Beside him, Najenda approached Nijiko, her expression softened with newfound respect. How did you know that was going to happen? She asked. Nijiko shifted slightly under the attention. I'm not entirely sure. I just seem to be able to sense changes in the weather. It's not a strong ability, but it's useful out at sea. You call that not strong? That ability might have just saved all our lives? Uvajin suddenly chimed in. With a guilty look, he stepped forward and bowed slightly. Miss Nijiko, I'll follow your lead from now on. You've more than earned it. Others around them nodded in agreement. Although Ryunosuke had laid down rules of mutual respect, true recognition was something different, it had to be earned. Today, Nijiko had earned it. Thanks, I'll do my best, she said, just as her stomach growled loudly. Ryunosuke chuckled. Looks like someone's hungry. Nijiko blushed, rubbing the back of her head. That tends to happen after I use that ability. Ha! That's the spirit. Ryunosuke clapped his hands. Alright, everyone, we're throwing a party. Our new crewmate just saved us. Time to celebrate. In truth, Ryunosuke had noticed how Nijiko had been keeping to herself since joining the Dragon Hunter pirates. She rarely spoke unless spoken to, always seemed on edge. But today had changed everything. They soon docked on a nearby island, the remnants of the Sartre rainstorm still visible in the skies above. But thanks to Nijiko insights, they knew the storm wouldn't follow. Sartre rainstorms were immobile, bound to the same spot until every last drop fell. With that assurance, the crew began preparations. They even managed to catch a few wild animals. Dinner was sorted. There was no force in the world more unifying than food, drink, and shared danger. The fire crackled, the scent of roasted meat filled the air, and laughter echoed across the island. This was what it meant to be part of the crew. A few hours later, the stars shimmered in the night sky. The party had drawn to a close, and the crew rested. By the next morning, the Sartre rainstorm had ended. With clear skies and renewed spirits, the Dragon Hunter pirates set sail once again. According to Nijiko, we've got 3 more days until we reach the Valley of the Gods, Ryunosuke said. How does she even figure that out? Najenda whispered, watching Nijiko squint at a trembling, oscillating eternal pointer. Ryunosuke shrugged. Beats me. I looked at it for 10 minutes and just got dizzy. Same here. Maybe it's talent, Ryunosuke chuckled. Or maybe she's just built different. As their ship vanished over the horizon, a shadow loomed above the island they had just left. A colossal dragon descended from the clouds, wings blocking out the sun. Kaido landed with a thud, the ground cracking beneath his feet. He sniffed the air. A Sartre rainstorm, huh? Haven't seen one in a while. He looked around at the lingering embers of the campfire, still warm. Looks like I just missed them. A grin split his face. Dragon Hunter pirates, I'll be seeing you soon. 2 days later. The Dragon Hunter pirates arrived at a new island, their sails steady as the sea breeze guided them toward their next destination. Captain, Nijiko reported, holding a worn but detailed map. This is it, the location of the allied nation, the Kingdom of Narust. She pointed to a marked region on the parchment. Based on the log pose, we'll reach the kingdom's central port before nightfall tomorrow. Her tone turned cautious. But the Kingdom of Narust is a loyal dog of the world government. If the Valley of the Gods is anywhere nearby, our presence might tip them off. Could that cause problems? Nijiko had her doubts. After all, she wasn't privy to the full scope of Ryunosuke's plans. But if the whole crew was being mobilized, it was clearly no simple task. If the world government caught wind of their actions, things could turn ugly. The Kingdom of Narust, huh? Ryunosuke mused aloud, tapping his finger against the map. His voice turned colder. If they're allies of the world government, then we'll just collect a little interest. He looked out toward the coast, eyes narrowing. Destroy the ruling regime. Wipe out anyone who resists. Starting today, the kingdom of Narust belongs to the dragon hunter pirates. A dangerous smirk curled across his lips. Uvajin cracked his knuckles, his excitement boiling over. Finally, I get to loosen these fists. Let's see how many I can smash this time. Control yourself, musclehead, Krollo said as he stepped forward. His tone was calm, but his eyes sharp. The captain wants territory, not a graveyard. He glanced back at Ryunosuke, a flicker of curiosity in his gaze. Unlike most pirates who valued plunder over people, Ryunosuke often went out of his way to spare civilians, so long as they submitted. He accepted loyalty, even from former enemies. That wasn't compassion, it was strategy. And it worked. Krollo still didn't fully understand it, but the logic was there. Dead men don't generate faith or reputation points, and Ryunosuke needed both. If we wanted to rule over ruins, Krollo continued, Captain's meteorite could reduce this entire place to dust in seconds. But what's the point in ruling ashes? Indeed, few kingdoms these days had the power to resist Ryunosuke's techniques. His approach wasn't about kindness, it was about presence, power, permanence. Without civilians, there could be no witnesses to their glory. No one to worship them, and no one to fear them. Especially in an allied nation like Narust, one that practically bled itself dry just to appease the world government with tributes and taxes. The suffering of its people was ripe for exploitation and salvation. Faith, after all, was easiest to gain from the desperate. Meanwhile, within the kingdom of Narust, Father, please, don't sell me. A little girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, stood trembling, her tear-streaked face turned upward in anguish. Nini will work hard. I'll eat less. I'll be useful. Just please don't give me away. The fact that such words could come from someone so young spoke volumes. This wasn't her first taste of desperation. Gah! Shut up, a gruff, scar-faced man barked. He wasn't a pirate. Not even a gangster. He was a soldier in the Royal Army, and that made him untouchable. You old bastard, he growled at the girl's father. Pay your gambling debt. Now, or I'll take your leg instead. He jabbed a thumb toward the terrified child. And just your daughter won't cut it, I want your woman too. The man fell to his knees, his voice breaking. No, please, take my kids instead. Just let my wife go. I can make more children. Bang! Before he could finish, the woman clutched her daughter and bolted, slamming herself headfirst into a nearby stone wall. Blood sprayed. The child screamed. In that single act, her despair screamed louder than words ever could. This was the kingdom of Narust, a so-called ally of justice. A nation rotten to the core. What a mess, the Royal Army captain grunted, scratching his neck. Take the bastard's legs and get out of here. We've got better things to do. He didn't even glance at the bodies. His true concern? Pleasing the noble he served, a twisted aristocrat with a taste for young girls. And if he didn't bring in fresh goods today, he'd be the one bleeding next. Boss Deus, a soldier came sprinting up, breathless with urgency. We've got new arrivals at the port, some fine-looking women among them. Deus's mood flipped instantly. Beauties, huh? He sneered, eyes lighting up. Perfect. He turned to his men. Round up every last dog in the company. If anyone dares sneak off with a girl before we get there, I'll skin them myself. Move out. Let's go grab him before the other teams do. The soldiers cheered like pigs at a feast. Word spread fast. Before long, even squad captains and legion commanders began mobilizing. The photos sent back were enough to make them salivate. These newcomers could be sold, bribed to nobles, or kept for personal use. No matter what, they were valuable. That was the only thing that mattered in Narust. The nation was lawless from the top down. Civilians were treated like livestock, and anyone with power acted like royalty. At the port, a dense crowd of armed soldiers had already gathered. Hundreds strong. Weapons out. Eyes glinting with greed. Captain, Uvajin said with a hungry grin. Looks like they came to welcome us personally. Can I start cracking skulls now? Ryunosuke stood at the front of his crew, hands calmly folded behind his back. He took in the sight, grimy uniforms, sloppy formations, leering expressions. Kingdom soldiers? They looked more like pirates? Strange, Crollo muttered. They look more like the S we're supposed to be. Compared to the neat and disciplined ranks of the dragon hunter pirates, these royal troops were a chaotic joke. "Hey, you, over there," one of the Legion commanders shouted, pointing directly at Ryunosuke's crew. "Leave the women and get lost. We'll let the rest of you crawl away if you're quick." The soldiers cackled behind him. Ryunosuke didn't answer. Instead, a slow smile curled at the edge of his lips. Then, he turned slightly and winked at Uvajin. When Ryunosuke casually waved his hand, Uvajin's eyes lit up with excitement. Cracking his knuckles, he stepped forward with a smirk. "I hope you little bastards can make this grandpa break a sweat," he shouted. "Come on, show me what you've got." With a sudden stomp, Uvajin launched himself forward. The ground beneath him cracked with a thunderous boom, spiderweb patterns spreading across the stone floor from the sheer force. Before the king's army or their legion commanders could react, he was already in their faces. Bang! Uvajin grabbed two commanders by the heads and smashed them together like coconuts. Skulls cracked. Bodies fell. Just like that, they were dead. "You filthy commoners dare to resist the king's army? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Kill all the men, show no mercy. It seems we've been far too lenient." One of the remaining legion commanders tried to sound fierce, but his trembling voice betrayed him. He had seen Uvajin power firsthand. He knew they were no match. Still, backing down now would only lead to a massacre. Bluffing was all they had left, and it wasn't going to work. Because they had picked the wrong opponent. This wasn't some back alley thug. This was Uvajin of the Phantom Troop, 2nd Division member of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. A walking calamity with fists like wrecking balls. The rest of the Dragon Hunter Pirates advanced calmly, ignoring the panicked royal soldiers. Uvajin led the charge, a force of nature leaving nothing but corpses in his wake. In just 1 minute, hundreds of soldiers had been reduced to lifeless bodies. Most of them never even saw what killed them. "Uvajin's terrifying," Nijiko murmured, eyes wide in awe. She'd always seen Uvajin goofing around on the ship, almost like a little brother. During training, everyone seemed strong, but she hadn't realized just how strong. Now she understood. Completely. "They're all incredibly powerful," Najenda said, stepping beside her with a smile. She placed a reassuring hand on Nijiko's shoulder. "But remember, our strength is only meant for enemies." Meanwhile, news of the slaughter had already reached the royal palace through nearby spies. "They dared attack the royal army of the Kingdom of Nerust? Your Majesty, we must send reinforcements at once. No one insults the kingdom and walks away alive. I've heard some of them are beautiful women. We'll make them pay with their bodies." A chorus of arrogant nobles erupted in outrage, each one louder and more disgusting than the last. King Silman remained seated, stroking his chin with a pensive expression. "Your Majesty," one of the more level-headed ministers began cautiously, "our kingdom may be strong among the allied nations, but these attackers, something doesn't sit right. Perhaps we should identify them before taking any rash action." But the other nobles scoffed in disdain. "Weaklings like you are the reason we haven't conquered half the world. If not for cowards sitting in high places, we would have expanded long ago." Yes, always hiding behind caution. What they failed to realize was that this so-called weakness, the minister's cautious diplomacy, was the only thing preserving the fragile stability of their kingdom. But these nobles, drunk on power and luxury, cared little for balance. They only wanted more wealth, more slaves, more control. Suddenly, a spy burst into the throne room, panting heavily and ignoring every protocol. "Why, Your Majesty? Urgent news. What is the meaning of this rudeness?" The guards and ministers tried to stop him, but the spy didn't care. "The attackers, they're from the Dragon Hunter Pirates. Their captain is here. The one who struck earlier, it was Uvajin, 2nd Division member." Silence. The palace, once full of shouting and mockery, went still. The Dragon Hunter Pirates. Just 5 words, and the entire room turned to stone. I need to return to my estate right away. Urgent business," one noble stammered. Yes, your majesty, I suddenly feel unwell, your majesty, I must. Guards! King Silman roared. Kill anyone who tries to leave the palace. I don't care who they are. The nobles froze. They knew he meant it. If they so much as took a step toward the exit, they'd be skewered. Why, your majesty, this is madness. One cried. We're talking about the dragon hunter pirates. Another noble whispered, barely holding back tears. We'll be wiped out if we stay. You want to flee? Silman snapped. We are allies of the world government. How can we abandon our pride just because of pirates? To the rest of the room, Silman might have looked like a dignified king. But to the ministers who knew him best, this was nothing but an act. Silman was a schemer. He was likely trying to trap the nobles here while he plotted his own escape. Boom! The palace doors exploded inward. We need to contact the world government, one minister began. Then let me save you the trouble, a voice echoed from the dust. Bang! Ryunosuke stepped through the debris with a grin, completely relaxed, as if he were visiting an old friend. If the spies had arrived this fast, it was only natural the dragon hunter pirates weren't far behind. The guards? The strongest one had just been slammed face first into the marble by Uvajin. The nobles trembled. Even the king couldn't hide his fear. His legs were shaking so badly he tried to fake it as a casual bounce. You'd best do what our captain says, Crollo added as he stepped forward, his voice calm but chilling. With a wave of his hand, massive spectral fish shimmered into view, their forms casting eerie shadows across the hall. As soon as they appeared, King Silman, already trembling in fear, scrambled to pull out a den mushi. As loyal lapdogs of the world government, these nobles naturally had direct lines of communication to the top, and right now, Silman was counting on that lifeline to save his neck. Beru! Beru! The den mushi rang ominously. No one in the royal court dared breathe. The nobles and ministers stood frozen, afraid that even a wrong glance might provoke the wrath of the dragon hunter pirates. None of them noticed the newsbird that had silently entered with Ryunosuke and his crew. Around its neck was a live broadcast snail. And thanks to Morgans, the entire scene was now being streamed across the world. After all, a pirate like Ryunosuke openly attacking a world government ally? That was front-page news. And the world loved chaos. Hello, Silman. Do you have something important to report at this hour? The voice of a celestial dragon emerged from the den mushi, cold, arrogant, and entirely disinterested. Saint Zerawal, I. Before Silman could finish, a new voice cut in. So this is the name of the celestial dragon, Zerawal. Glad we could chat. I'm Ryunosuke of the Dragon Hunter Pirates. A moment of silence followed. From today onward, every kingdom that chooses to be a dog of the world government will be eliminated. Ryunosuke's voice was calm, confident, deadly, and it was being broadcast live to every corner of the world. On the other end, Saint Zerawal's face twisted in confusion and fury. He'd assumed Silman was calling to beg or deliver tribute, not to be hijacked mid-call by a pirate issuing death sentences. The live feed from the surveillance snail confirmed everything. Zerawal's expression hardened. What exactly are you trying to do? He roared. How dare a mere pirate threaten the world government? Do you really think justice won't strike you down? Zerawal's voice thundered through the snail, puffed up with arrogance and false righteousness. But in truth, he was rattled. He quickly sent his aides to alert the Five Elder. This wasn't just an isolated event. With the whole world watching, his every word now represented the world government. If he acted weak, or failed to respond decisively, the illusion of their control would begin to crumble. Meanwhile, Ryunosuke chuckled. I think you've misunderstood something, Zerawal. His eyes gleamed as he stared directly into the broadcast snail. I'm not destroying your allies for sport. I'm dismantling a corrupt system. One that treats civilians as livestock, bleeds them dry for gold, and hides behind titles like nobility. You call yourselves rulers, but you're nothing more than well-dressed leeches. Internally, you rule with an iron fist. Externally, you're cowards. And now, the kingdom of Narust is next. We're starting with the royal army and every noble who supported this rotten regime. He smiled. And yes, it's all alive. You can't do this, Zerawal shouted, nearly hysterical. if you dare lay a hand on the nobles. But he could already see the writing on the wall. Ryunosuke and the dragon hunter pirates didn't harm civilians. That was the most dangerous part. Because once the oppressed masses realized the pirates were here to liberate them, not loot them, everything the world government built, the fear, the obedience, the status quo, would collapse. If other kingdoms followed suit, the entire alliance structure could crumble. The balance would shift, not just economically or politically, but ideologically. The five elders had just been informed. Panic flickered behind their composed expressions. The kingdom of Naruto was too far for them to intervene quickly. Even their closest naval base would need over 2 days to arrive. And by then, it would be too late. Inaction would lead to the fall of their first major ally, potentially inspiring a wave of revolutions. Civilians would reclaim their countries. And the dragon hunter pirates? They'd be seen as liberators, not criminals. Even worse, if Ryunosuke declared this land as part of his own territory, the people would likely accept him. Watching from their homes, the citizens of Naruto had tuned in to the broadcast. The dragon hunter pirates say they won't touch civilians. Good. The nobles and royal troops are worse than pirates anyway. I'm getting my hoe. If I don't join in, there won't be any S left to clean up. Finally, someone is taking action. Daughter, I'm going to get justice for you. The people weren't waiting for confirmation. They didn't care if it was propaganda. Their anger had been simmering for years. And now, Ryunosuke's words were the match that lit the fuse. The rebellion exploded instantly. Elsewhere, Saint Saturn tried frantically to contact Morgans. What was that damn bird trying to pull? Morgans was the world's top newsman, but also a world government pawn. Broadcasting this event meant he was burning bridges. Wasn't he afraid of retaliation? But no matter how many times Saturn tried, the line stayed dead. Unreachable. In truth, Morgans was very afraid, which is why he'd already begun transferring all of his assets and resources days ago. In the underworld, Morgans had his own influence. He wasn't so easy to catch. Still unreachable, Saturn muttered, lowering the Den Mushi. So what now? One of the other elders asked. We just let Ryunosuke destroy everything we built. Saturn was silent. There's no military force close enough to respond, another said. Even if there was, what good would it do? They planned this perfectly. The five elders stared at the screen, helpless. Meanwhile, on the ground in Naruto, the purge had begun. The royal army, completely subdued by Maki, had already been disarmed. One by one, the nobles were rounded up and brought to a massive execution platform. None were executed yet. They were tied down, lined up, and forced to face the angry masses. The executioners stood at the ready, silent and grim. The nobles screamed, begged, cried, but no one listened. Not even the crowd. No cheers, no applause, just cold, watching eyes. And the world watched too. Live. At this moment, the dragon hunter pirates made their appearance. However, only the 1st Division officers were seen on camera. None of the others showed up. We understand everyone's eagerness to take out the trash, one officer said, calm and confident. But before we dispose of this garbage, we need to make their deaths meaningful. Then, stepping into full view, Ryunosuke, the captain of the dragon hunter pirates, spoke directly into the camera. I am Ryunosuke, captain of the dragon hunter pirates. This message is for the entire world. As long as you are bullied or oppressed civilians under the tyranny of the world government, you can send your message to me through the news birds. The dragon hunter pirates will respond. We will not ignore your suffering. With those words, the dragon hunter pirates officially placed themselves in direct opposition to the world government and its allies. Yet, Ryunosuke showed no hesitation. These allied nations posed no threat to him at all. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. The Revolutionary Army quickly received the broadcast. Brother, what are you going to do? Sabo asked, stunned. Isn't he doing our job for us? Ryunosuke's message had sparked unrest across various countries. Oppressed civilians began stirring. Many for the first time, with dreams of resistance. For the Revolutionary Army's undercover agents, this was a golden opportunity. Through their intel channels, they confirmed. The chaos Ryunosuke caused was giving civilians the courage to rise up. and it was all aligning with the Revolutionary Army's original mission. It struck at the heart of the world government's arrogance, and worse for them, it exposed a fatal weakness. Marihoa had no means of producing food or supplies. All their resources came from the allied nations. If those supply chains were broken, even briefly, the so-called celestial dragons wouldn't last a month. Couple that with the threat of the dragon hunter pirates, and the world government was now cornered. "No need to move just yet," Dragon said calmly. "Position our people to become leaders among the civilian movements. When the dragon hunter pirates strike the world government directly, that's our signal to move against the allied nations." "Do you think Ryunosuke planned it that way?" Sabo asked, brows furrowed. Dragon closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. "He did. This is all by design." The old guidelines of the Revolutionary Army still held true, and if they couldn't seize this moment, well, then perhaps Dragon should retire, head home, and eat senbei with Garp instead. "So, is there anything else we can do for Big Brother?" Sabo asked, his tone shifting into concern. "I've got a bad feeling. The world government might do something reckless." He had a point. The dragon hunter pirates were strong, but their numbers were limited. If they couldn't follow through on their promise, and the allies retaliated with brutal force, everything Ryunosuke had built could collapse. "You're right," Dragon said. "Start gathering intel immediately. I want a report on every allied nation likely to face civilian revolts. Set up contingency plans. We can't afford to miss this wave." Sabo nodded and left at once to carry out the orders. On board the Moby, Whitebeard pirates, "Dad, Big Brother's already making moves." Ace burst in, visibly fired up. "But we're not ready yet. Should we just wait until it's time to attack Marihoa?" Whitebeard sat back in his chair, eyes fixed on the horizon. The message Ryunosuke released, it wasn't for us to attack the world government directly. He stood up, his towering frame casting a long shadow over the deck. "Send word to all captains. Stay in constant contact with Morgans. If any world government agents descend from Marihoa, hit them, no hesitation." A fire lit up in Whitebeard's eyes. His blood boiled with excitement, something he hadn't felt since Roger's time. The world government, being cornered by a single pirate crew? Even the full might of the Navy couldn't stop them. Even Jiraku, the old monster himself, had been forced to retreat. Most didn't know Fugetsu, but Whitebeard did. That man was a legend of the old era, feared across the seas. If even he was pushed back by Ryunosuke's crew, that meant one thing. These dragon hunters were monsters, and while they were powerful, even they couldn't do everything alone. That's where the Whitebeard pirates came in. Years of preparation had made them stronger than ever, with territories conveniently bordering several allied nations. The time to act was coming. But the true danger didn't lie in the allies. Those nations were already crumbling under fear. No, the real threat came from above. If the CP0 or the Celestial Dragon Guards stepped in to take control of the situation, the civilian revolts would be crushed before they could take root. That's why Whitebeard's eyes narrowed. That's why they had to intercept the agents before they reached the battlefield. Amazon Lily, 9 Snake Island. "Luffy, there's something you should see," Rayleigh said, handing him the recorded footage. Luffy, who was in the middle of devouring a massive chunk of meat, paused mid-bite. The moment Ryunosuke's speech played, Luffy froze. His eyes widened. His jaw dropped. "Big bro, whoa, he's so cool," Luffy shouted, mouth still half full. "Uncle Rayleigh, I want to help my brother too, He stopped. The meat no longer tasted good. Sure, he'd gotten stronger, he'd mastered armament hockey. But observation hockey, still unstable. Conqueror's hockey, purely instinctive, no control. He clenched his fists. Even if he wanted to help, he knew he wasn't ready. Not yet. He made a silent decision, then scarfed down the rest of his meat in one massive gulp. His stomach full, he got up and headed straight to the training grounds. Now wasn't the time to eat. Now was the time to grow stronger. Meanwhile, across the seas, Ryunosuke's message spread like wildfire. Other pirate crews, bounty hunters, and revolutionaries all received the news. And chaos followed. Many saw this as a rare chance to act. With the world government focused on the dragon hunter pirates, everyone else was off their radar. For the first time in decades, the oceans descended into organized madness.